Is definitely a result wicket. The last draw here was in 2000. The last 10 test matches here in Johannesburg have produced a result. Well, Australia need a result, but they need it to go Australia's way if they're to level the series. So the toss might be all important on this first morning, and we can join Super Sport down in the middle for the toss.
Looks like a very good wicket. There might be a little bit in it this morning, but we think that if we can bat well, it'll be a good choice.
Okay, so a little bit in it this morning. I mean, how challenging do you think that's going to be for the first session?
Yeah, it's a little bit soft still, but I just think in terms of the 5 days, it's the right decision. And if we can start well with the bat, post a decent total up front, then we can put Australia in the front.
It's been a wonderful feeling after that first test.
It was an incredible feeling to fight back from that position and to win. It's quite emotionally draining. I think day two, probably took a lot out of the players, but and to go and win the test in the way we did is obviously a great feeling. But it all starts again, 0 for 0, and the test match starts.
And I guess there's no doubt you're expecting a tough Australian lineup today.
Yeah, as I said yesterday, we respect Australia immensely. They've got some quality players, and they're a team that always gives 100%. You know that they're going to come out firing today, and we've expected that. We know it's going to take some hard work to win the series, and then we prepared for that.
Same team?
Same team.
And you guys are on the verge of something quite special if you win this test.
Yeah, I know, but I think it's just important that we focus on what we can control, and that's what lies ahead of us the next sort of day or today. I think that what's important now, philosophy is crucial throughout this test match.
Good luck.
Thanks very much.
Michael, had you won a toss recently, what would you have done today?
It's irrelevant because I knew I was going to lose the toss, so I'm happy we're getting a chance to bowl first. I think there's going to be a little bit of moisture in the wicket. The weather's outstanding, so I'm looking forward to getting out here and starting this second test finally.
And how has the week been? Pretty intense, I'd imagine.
Yeah, look, it was a tough couple of days in Cape Town, but all the boys have been excited to get to Joburg, and I think a lot of talking's been said and done, and I think every player now is keen for no more talking, to time to get out here and get into the action.
No doubt a pretty determined bunch fronting up in Johannesburg.
Yeah, look, we're certainly here to give 100% and try and level this series. That's our goal, and what a great place to start. I think, like I say, there's a little bit of moisture here. Hopefully we can come out, fight up with the ball, and young Paddy Cummins is making his debut, so I know he's looking forward to getting the ball in his hand.
Okay, so any other changes?
And the obvious change is Shaun home, so Usman Khawaja comes in for him.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you, Matt.
So Mike Haseman there talking to the opposing skippers. South Africa winning the toss and batting on the opening day of the second test here in Johannesburg. And South Africa going in unchanged, and Australia with one batting change, Shaun Marsh having gone home, and Usman Khawaja comes in. And it's going to be exciting to see young Pat Cummins coming in for Ryan Harris, debuting at the age of 18 years and 193 days. He is the second youngest Australian Test debutant behind Ian Craig, who was just 17 and 239 days in 1953. A young man with just 3 first-class games behind him, but he's impressed everyone who's seen him. And since then, in limited overs games and whatever, is exciting for Australian cricket.
Well, it is exciting, and we know he's got a lot of potential. I'm still a little amazed he's on this tour and he will play this test match. I guess it's the last action of the chairman of selectors, who decided to leave James Pattinson at home after the Sri Lankan series and bring in an 18-year-old. Yeah, look, Pat's got a bucket full of potential, absolutely, no doubt about that, but he's played 3 first-class games for 9 wickets at about 46. Those credentials don't say, I need to play test cricket right now, but he's out there at the moment. We heard Michael Clarke say that it's a good pitch to bowl on first, and even Graham Smith said it's still a bit soft. So Pat will have something to work with in the deck. That'll be nice if they don't take some early wickets. And let's face it, we've got Mitchell Johnson, who took 1 wicket at Newlands, and that was a flash. He was the last wicket to fall after Ashton made 100, and Peter Silva got 1 wicket at Newlands as well. So between them, they've got 2 wickets in the last match. So that'll be the challenge for Australia's seam bowlers, to get their act together and hopefully give Pat some support. The one thing, well, there's more than one thing I like about Pat. He's got a good cricket brain on his head. He's a terrific young guy. He will swing the ball both ways. He's not just a one-way bowler. He's got a lot of tools to work with. He just hasn't had much of an opportunity to use them in the past in 3 first-class games. And a couple of one-dayers, as you said, and a couple of 2020s, but this is Test match cricket, and if South Africa get through to lunch, 1 or none down, this is going to be hard work for Australia, because this pitch will dry out. We've talked about the hot weather here on the high veld. The sun's belting down. The pitch is almost browning as we look at it.
Straw colour, bit of grass cover.
Yeah, drying and browning, but yeah, it's a good grass cover. It can be flat for a couple of days and spin later. So big challenge for Australia this morning. Big challenge for young Pat.
The groundsman did pour a lot of water on this pitch because it's been so dry in Johannesburg, but that was a few days ago, and since then it's just had baking sun on it and a good breeze, so yeah, it's going to be a pretty good batting pitch by the looks of it. Well, we heard there from Michael Clark and announcing the 2 changes in the team, but their efforts to get over the 47 all out in Cape Town, how do you bounce back from that? I had a chance to talk to him during the week, and this was Michael Clark yesterday. Are you up again after what happened in Cape Town?
We've got no choice. We better be. Yeah, look, I think the feeling in the camps obviously improved a hell of a lot from that last day in Cape Town. And we made a pact to each other once we left there. It was about focusing on this second test, looking forward to that, and I guess a little bit of redemption for us. It's the opportunity for us to show the character of the team and the players individually. This is a good chance for us to stand up and I guess show our fans and the Australian public that we have got a good team, and we have got a team that we see going in the right direction, and that's our goal, to turn it around this test.
I hope there's character, but there's another issue. The moving ball. You know, we were rolled for 98 the MCG Boxing Day, not that long ago. So does it become a problem when the ball does move?
Well, it's obviously the hardest time to bat for any batter. The start of your innings and when the ball's moving are the hardest 2 times to bat. We've got to get better at both, no doubt. We've got to get a better base. I think cricketers in general these days, because you play so much of the shorter form of the game, there's not as much emphasis on your defence. So I think as a batting unit, that's certainly something that we've spoken about and we've committed to trying to improve. Everyone goes about their work differently, no doubt, but it's about, you know, playing your way but trying to improve your strengths firstly, but also your weaknesses. And again, I'm not going to go and try and bat like Ricky Ponting, or I don't expect Phillip Hughes to bat like Matthew Hayden. I just expect all of us to try and get better the way we play. And, you know, like I say, we've spoken about defence being a big part of that, and we've been working over the last few days, and that's on, you know, on parts of our defence.
You've won your first series as a captain. This is do or die. You've got to win here to draw. If you lose and it's 2-0 and you go home, what'll that be like?
Oh, no doubt it'll be disappointing, but that's cricket. You know, I said when I took over the captaincy that there's going to be some good times, there's going to be some challenges and some tough times, and Cape Town was one of those tough times. But what's most important to me is that we learn from that, we grow as a team, and we continue to try and get better. To me, the loss in Cape Town isn't so much about the loss, it's more about how we lost. You know, we're going to find something in us over the next 5 days, like I say, that shows our character and shows how much we want to play for Australia. And what better opportunity, what greater stage against a tough opposition in their own backyard after being kicked in the dirt in Cape Town. I see it as a great opportunity to get out there and show a lot of people you know, how good a bunch of players we are and where we see this team going. If we play our best cricket in any conditions they give us, I'm confident we can win the test.
And let's hope the Australians do produce their best cricket and can win this test match. Australian performances here over the years, well, the last test match played here was January the 10th, January last year, so it's been a long time between tests here at the Wanderers, and South Africa beat England by an innings and 74. In March in 2009, Australia won here by 162 runs. That's when Mitch Johnson was going berserk. He got 96 not out and took a heap of wickets. Marcus North got a century on debut. Hilfy, North and Hughes all made their debuts, and Johnson took 4 wickets in both innings. The previous Australian performances here in April 2006, Australia won by 2 wickets when all the scores were between 258 and 303. That'd be a great match if we got something like that.
And got over the line thanks mostly in part to Mike Caswich's batting in the end. That was a brilliant test match.
And a famous one was in February 2002 here, where Australia won by an innings and 360 in 3 days. And Adam Gilchrist made 204 not out, and he hit 8 sixes.
That seems an eternity ago. But if you get going on this pitch, you can make some big scores in 100 in a hurry. And in between those test matches, of course, we had that famous 450 over game. So the pitch can flatten out here. But as Michael Clark said, you've got to get through the start of your innings and the moving ball. Then it becomes a lot easier.
My only previous experience here at the Wanderers was in March 1997 when Australia won by an innings and 196. Greg Blewett and Steve Waugh batted for a whole day in a partnership of 385.
Mitchell Johnson bowled the first ball of the game. And let's see where he lands it to Jacques Rudolph. He swung a few here a couple of years ago. Couldn't swing any in Cape Town. Maybe it'll happen. 3 slips and a gully go down. And the first ball of the test match from Johnson is bowled outside the off stump. And it bounced. Nice bounce. Good pace as he warms up to his task. South Africa unchanged. Australia bringing in Pat Cummins in place of, we assume, the injured or at least stiff Ryan Harris.
Johnson to Smith. An edge, and he's caught at second slip, and Johnson breaks through and takes the wicket. South Africa 1 for 24 as the captain departs for 11.
Smith trudges off. He looks over his right shoulder to back at the scoreboard for the replay to find out, how did I nick that? Well, it did leave him. It did hit the seam and just straightened up enough. And as I said previously, Smith doesn't really get to the pitch of the ball. He doesn't use his feet that much. He uses the big reach, and he's quite a tall guy to get out to the ball, and he just hung the bat there. If you can move the ball away from him, you should get lots of nicks, and that one definitely hit the seam. Held its line with Smith dangling the bat with the footwork non-existent. Now that's a big wicket, because Australia really didn't look like it. Mitch Johnson didn't look like it.
In comes Watson and bowls. He nicked it behind, and Haddon takes the catch. And Rudolph walks. South Africa 2 for 43. Rudolph departs for 30.
Good delivery there by Shane Watson. Looks like it just straightened towards Rudolph, and then once the pitch just went away a touch, finds the outside edge of the bat. A little feather through to Haddon. Easy catch. And as you mentioned, the best bowler's on, and he struck on his 8th delivery of the day.
Well, we have a lot of discussions in Australia about team selections, and we're just going through the last selection committee, which has picked the team for this test, and the next selection committee will pick the team for the Brisbane test against New Zealand, which is only in a couple of weeks' time, the 1st of December. So we're in a period of change, and a lot of debate about do you recall players, like Rudolph was recalled after 5 years absence. All right, he only got 30 then, caught Haddon, bowled Watson, and a couple of relative failures in the first test, but just the weight of runs gets you a game, surely. Lyon bowls again, and Callis drives him firmly along the ground, takes the single. There's a misfield by Johnson, and they don't come back on the misfield. $100 on the board for South Africa. So what a session it's been. Graham Smith won the toss, elected to bat. They lost 2 wickets, but 100 in just under 2 hours. 2 for 100. Callis, lickety split 37. And that is lunch, ladies and gentlemen. What a session of cricket. 2 for 107. South Africa after they won the toss and elected to bat. The runs coming at 4.28 per over. That is remarkable. 25 overs bowled in the session and 107 on the board for the loss of Smith for 11 and Rudolph for 30. And at lunch, Amla is 14 and Callis is menacing at 43 at way better than a runner ball. An amazing session of Test cricket.
Well, here's Cummins. First ball after lunch sends Amla onto his stumps, defending away on the offside. So they are unbalanced, unsettled times for Australia. Ryan Harris apparently has a hip injury now. That's probably some knock-on effect from his knee cartilage problems, and he's going home. Watson's got a hamstring injury. You've got a guy who's playing his 4th first-class match here, playing in a test. Johnson's had his issues, although he's looked a little bit better at times today, I suppose. He did appear to move the ball back into the right-hander. Had Callis plumb in front, but he nicked it into his pad. Siddle again. Callis hits it in the air. He's caught out at mid-wicket. He's chipped the ball away on the onside. Khawaja takes the catch. And Callis's innings comes to an end. That was totally unexpected. A loose shot. Maybe the ball held a bit on the pitch, but he lobbed it gently away on the onside. It's a huge wicket for Australia. And the ball was just chipped ever so gently to Usman Khawaja. And Callis is gone. It's 3 for 123, and Callis is out for 54.
Siddle is a happy man out there. The attitude
The exuberance after he's taken that wicket was unbelievable. 54 runs, a good quick knock, one-day knock that Joe Cullis have played. The breakthrough. Is this going to get you guys back? You needed this wicket just before lunch to give that session to you. This might be a good start of the second session of the day for you guys.
What happened with that shot?
I don't know. Just too aggressive, for short of a length ball that wasn't really forward or backward. And he tried to just push it. I think he was in attacking mode for a ball that should have been just whipped off his leg side for a single or two on the leg side.
This ball is outside the off stump. A slash and a catch at second slip. A sensational catch. And Hashim Amla is out. And Pat Cummins takes his first test wicket.
Exactly what we talked about earlier on, to chase that ball's wide outside off stump. Not a lot of luck from the fast bowlers at this stage. And chasing a wide delivery again. Amla right on his knee when he played that shot. That is how wide the ball was. And an ecstatic Cummins following through towards the slips.
What a moment for Pat Cummins, taking his first test wicket on debut, but a tremendous catch by Ricky Ponting, who leapt high and took the catch overhead in two hands. It was a sizzler.
I wouldn't be surprised if that catch was in a 140 k's an hour. It's still reaching Ponting's hands. Well, you see what I mean with chasing wide deliveries outside off stump. You guys didn't have a lot of luck this morning. Is the luck going to change? 2 wickets this session, 3 wickets in a session is always a good one for any bowling side. 129 for 4, can be 150 for 6.
2 wickets falling in the space of 6 runs. Cullis out at 123 when he looked like getting one of the fastest test centuries of all time. And Amla, who was quite slow, he made 19 off 70 balls, but he really threw everything at that one and top edged it to second slip. Ponting intercepted it. That might nearly have gone for 6 if Ponting hadn't grabbed it. It was going that fast. So Amla caught Ponting, bowled Cummins for 19 and 4 for 129 South Africa. And here am I down in the dumps thinking we're 2 players short, 12th and 13th men on the field. And all of a sudden the momentum has swung and Australia would take 4 for 129 at the moment. Big time.
Johnson bowls again and Ashwell Prince drives. A good punch wide of mid-on through mid-wicket. It's pretty quick out there. Say good night. That's 4. Another boundary. The ball really flies on this ground. We're more than 4 runs and over at 4 for 152. This is the 37th over of the day. So we're going a long day here if we're going to bowl 90 overs. Cummins pitches near the pads and it's whipped away to fine leg for 4 runs. Yep. That was a little bit of help yourself there for De Villiers as Cummins line strayed. 4 for 198, De Villiers to 41.
Which gets us back to that Penrith player, which used to be, the club used to be called them Peon in the good old days. And Shaun Benno was obviously a test player.
Yeah.
And I think he might have gone to the Peon after his test playing days. I certainly played club cricket against him when I first played. Billy Howell was the man when was Bill? 30s, 40s, 50s? Howell Oval named after him.
Bright sunshine as Johnson runs in and bowls. And De Villiers plays a delightful shot off his hip out through square leg. A couple more and he comes back to complete a half century. A.B. De Villiers, he's done it again against Australia. 24th time he's gone to a test 50. 12 times he's gone on to make 100. And this 50 off 61 balls. Great stuff. And it's with great pleasure we welcome Kepler Vessels to the microphone on ABC Grandstand around the country.
Good to be here. Very good innings by A.B. de Villiers, coming out in a very important time as well. Australia just got back into the game with those 2 important wickets, the ones of Jacques Cullis and Hashim Amla. But A.B. de Villiers has played well. He's been out of action for some time with that broken hand, so he looks in good nick.
He does. Test cricket moves along at a pretty fast rate these days. I mean, Cape Town was just remarkable. And today it's just 4 runs and over, runs, wickets. What about what Cullis was doing just before lunch?
Exactly. It's been an action-packed first day, and I think the pitch has contributed to that as well. I think it's an excellent surface for Test cricket, offers something for batsmen and bowlers alike.
So another fantastic session of Test match cricket, and South Africa go off at tea at 4 for 213. So that session produced 2 for 106. Pre-lunch session, 2 for 107. And at the tea interval, Prince's 34, De Villiers 51, and South Africa 4 for 213. It's been a day when the bat was on top, the ball got on top, the bat made a recovery, then the ball and the bat. Been fantastic.
Yeah, that's what we like about our Test cricket. We don't want it predictable. Certainly, Jacques Kallis was a part of the unpredictability. The way he went hard at the bowling at the over before lunch, that we hit the line for 14 and came back afterwards, still playing as many shots. He flicked Siddle for 6, and then inexplicably, surprisingly, astoundingly, chipped the ball so non-committally to mid-wicket, where I don't think Usman Khawaja could quite believe, after 41 balls of Jacques Kallis and his 54, that he would get out so meekly, just lobbing it up to mid-wicket, and he took that catch cleanly. That was a huge wicket in the context of today's play and this innings. And since that time, the other potential powerhouse, Amla, out. And at that stage, Australia on top at 4 for 129. T, Drew, I've got it all even.
Yes, just about all even, I'd say. Wickets to Watson, 1 for 13. Johnson, 1 for 67. Siddle, 1 for 47. Cummins, 1 for 38. Lyon has none for 27. And Hussey, no wicket for 10. South Africa, 4 for 213. T day 1.
And, oh yeah, there's a crowd out there. I want them to overwhelm us. The umpires are back in the middle. We've had 53 overs bowled today, so it's certainly been a slow rate of operation. 25 before lunch, 28 in the last session. And Australia had a very good chance when the 4th wicket fell of really controlling, restricting South Africa. But there's just been a little more resolve and shot selection in this partnership than perhaps before, when South Africa were on a roll through the brilliance of Jacques Kallis. He raced to a half century from 37 balls, and then trying once more to take on the bowling of Peter Siddle, who he'd drop kicked over the backward square fence. He got a ball that just bounced a little. Maybe it was an ambitious stroke, and he lobbed a simple catch to Khawaja at mid-wicket. 54 from 41 balls, during which he went past 12,000 test runs. And soon after that, Amla aimed a big drive at Cummins, pitched up delivery and snicked it to Ponting at second slip, and that was 4 for 126. But these two have now added, something's flying around, 90 for this wicket. And De Villiers has scored 51 of those, with another 34 added in partnership with Ashwell Prince. 34 to Prince, 51 to De Villiers. South Africa won the toss, their team unchanged. Australia forced to bring up another player because of the hip injury to Harris, and it's such that he's going to go home today. So instead of perhaps looking at Copeland, they went for the youth Pat Cummins, the 423rd baggy greener, and he didn't disappoint. He hasn't disappointed. He's superbly bowled with good pace, kept a pretty full length, and he picked up the wicket of Amla after Smith had been caught by Clark off Johnson for 11, and Rudolph caught by Haddon from Watson for 30. Now Watson had a back spasm. Maybe it was a hamstring, but if it was a hamstring, why is he back on the field? So you get the feeling it probably was a back spasm. He was off the field for a couple of hours. He came back about half an hour before tea. He's standing at slip at the moment. His umpire Gould is having some botheration with the side screen or someone moving down there before Nathan Lyon starts to ply his trade. And while that's happening, it's a chance to reintroduce Fanie de Villiers, who was here earlier in the day. Fanie, good afternoon. How do you see it at the moment? A partnership of 90, or 87 anyway, for this wicket.
Well, I think the cricket analyst would say that both sessions belong to South Africa. I think there's 2 goals in Test cricket when you start playing a Test match, is to try and win 2 out of 3 sessions per day, or try and win more than 8 sessions. Then you've got a 70% chance of winning a Test match. And the South Africans have definitely got 2 sessions under their belt. It can change quickly. We've seen what happened in Cape Town. We know the game. So we'll see what's going to happen.
Not much at the moment. There's an umpire standing there, a bowler standing there, and Ricky Ponting standing there, and nothing's happening. There's something going on with the advertising. They can't shift it and turn it into a white screen. Here we go. We're getting some cricket. The Lion bowls and Prince defends. They've covered up the offending side screen with its advertisement on it, and that sponsor has done very well. It's got some extra mileage.
The left-hander Prince sweeps. It's gone fine. I think this will be his half century. A chase for backward square. Comes back for the second, and that is 50 to Ashwell Prince.
He worked hard for that 50. He's been out there for 75 balls, 75 deliveries of hard work. Quick bowling. The ball carried beautifully towards the slips in most cases under wicketkeeper. So there was a lot of pace, not a lot of luck on the Australian bowling side. I've seen many a wide ball being chased that could have been nicked. It was hit in the middle. I've seen a couple of nicks where there weren't fielders in that slip cordon. And it shows you the game, eh? Sometimes it works. Sometimes every single half a chance gives you a wicket and you can get bowled out for 47. And the next time you play and miss 10 times more and you make 240.
Lion bowls using his feet, caught it mid-on. He lofted it, Prince, straight to mid-on where the catch has been taken by Johnson. And Nathan Lyon breaks through and takes a wicket. 5 for 241. So Lyon flighted it, and from nowhere really, Prince used his feet, danced down the wicket and lofted the catch to Mitch Johnson at mid-on. That is a wicket pretty largely down to the batsman rather than the bowler bowling him a beauty. Caught Johnson bowled Lyon for 50 off 89 balls.
But isn't that typical of Ashwell Prince? In any case, getting himself out, he's worked very hard. He's been out there for many balls, and it just doesn't make sense. The guy hasn't scored a century in nearly 3 years, and he gave his wicket away again. We're batting at 4 runs and over. The run rate is quite effective. Calculated risk, I can understand, but not a big chance. The previous ball he tried to hit really hard through the cover area, missed out completely. The next one he tries to get down the ground, made a mess out of it.
Mark Boucher, the new batsman coming in, the world's leading wicket taker, and I don't know who is ever going to catch him. Settle bowls, and de Villiers hooks, and it's gone in the air, back past the bowler, chance for a catch, and a terrific catch. Cummins has taken the catch after running about 25 metres and diving away behind the bowler, and de Villiers is out. This is a remarkable turnaround in the game. It's now 6 for 243. What a catch by the youngster in his first test.
Yeah, A.B. de Villiers skied that one more than anything else. He tried to hit it over mid-wicket, skied it towards deep mid-on, and only a youngster like Cummins can actually most probably got there. He's a wonderful little athlete, good player. It's good to see him on the field. He's got a bright future. But 2 wickets in succession. Suddenly the third session of the day is in tatters for the South Africans. It's the start of the turnaround for the Australians. Subtle hard worker. I think we must accolade him on the way he's been running in, charging in, really working hard. He deserves a wicket. So many balls were played and missed. Follow-throughs were a little bit longer than anybody else. He's probably something that can get on your nerves if you play against him. But he's done well.
Now he hits him on the pad. A good ball. Is he in front? It's out. LBW. A good bit of bowling. He had him caught on the crease, and Philander's not even bothering about a review. So Lyon picks up 2 wickets. He sneaked 2 out, and South Africa have lost 3 wickets in about 10 minutes of play. They're 7 for 243. Well bowled by Nathan Lyon. Philander missing a ball that looked like it was going to hit middle and leg.
Yeah, the only way that could have been given out if that pitch outside the line of the off stump, but he hit him straight on off stump, going to hit middle. The impact line is absolutely perfect. There's some turn in this wicket. We've seen, I mean, I've seen Lyon really turning the ball nicely. And a hell of a turnaround this is. 243. We were talking at a possible 330 if these 2 players stayed in, the top batters, but I'm afraid to say only Boucher is in, and he's not even one of the top in the engine room.
This might have a look of the game played here in, was it 2006, after Australia lost narrowly to England at Edgbaston. They came here, and Michael Kasparovich had been the victim at the end of the game there. Scored the winning runs here. I think Australia won by 2 wickets in a wonderful game.
I remember, yeah.
And Siddle runs into bowl, and it's short, and he pulls that top edge. Haddon's going back, and he gets to it. Can the man at fine leg? He gets to it and takes it. Lyons caught the ball. It's another wicket. A poor attempt to pull the ball. It bounced, it got onto him, and it went in the air down behind square. And Lyon running in as Haddon ran back, got to it, took the catch, and South Africa lose their 8th wicket at 245. Boucher is out for 3.
Boucher tried to pull that across to the leg side. On the ground, actually, he closed the bat up. The ball kind of hit the bat at the top of the bat in the back, and he just scooped it. Amazing turnaround.
4 wickets, 4 runs. Out of nowhere.
Is that not T20 cricket or one-day cricket causing the guys to play more shots these days?
Well, what was Prince
not
doing?
To really knuckle down?
Come on, from a South African viewpoint, what was Prince doing?
Well, he hasn't been doing it. He hasn't been doing it right for the last 3 years, in actual fact. So you can understand that he wants to play his shots, but surely if you lose a couple of wickets, what did the boys do in the old days before the T20s? They knuckle down, try to build up a partnership and work at it again. The guys are just playing one-day cricket shots here.
Yep, loose batting.
Lyon bowls, and Morphett gets a single as he plays it behind point. Bit of a misfield and a bit of a comedy routine just behind the umpire by Khawaja, and that's 250 on the board for South Africa, which is greeted as though it's a real milestone. And earlier on they were going to be 250 for about 3, but they're 250 for 8. Clark bowls an edge and caught by Watson at slip. It flew straight off the outside edge, and Morphett was hesitant to go, but Michael Clark has taken a wicket, and South Africa 9 for 258.
Yet again, almost out of nowhere. This was not out of nowhere, though, because there were 2 slips in position there. Michael Clark was bowling with 2 slips, so they were pretty certain that's where they were going to get Morphett, and they have.
Well, Watson missed one in the previous over, but he got hold of that.
Really didn't do a lot more than go on with the arm, but of course that itself is a very clever ball in Test cricket.
Gee, the Aussies would have to consider that a bonus, though, because the umpires just a minute before consulted about the light and said it's okay, and then straight away the wicket falls. So maybe South Africa could feel a little bit aggrieved,
especially if they call playoff now, which is well on the cards. I have to say, certainly by far the most conspicuous items of clothing out on the field are the orange vests being worn by the substitute fieldsman in this gathering.
Now, the 3rd umpire is out on the ground, or the 4th umpire actually, and the 2 field umpires having a drink. Michael Clark is over there talking to them, and I'm sure he'd be making the case. Let's just keep going and then complete this innings, and then, boys, it's going to be far too dark for us to start our innings. Don't you reckon?
So there is only a wicket to go now. We're going through the ceremony of the light meter.
Gee, the new batsman has come out, but you'd hardly get to the wicket before doing a U-turn and going back, Tahir. The 2 field umpires still there having a bit of a chat before everybody takes their positions. It's not a certainty they'll keep going, but with 2 spinners operating, well, they are going to keep going. And honestly, that's good for Test cricket.
It's been one of those days where after a shaky start, almost everything's Michael Clark's touch has turned to gold. His decision to bowl himself, I think, surely mostly taken because of the light. If he kept going with the quicks from that end, they would have been forced from the field. He's bowled himself and he's got himself a wicket, and now South Africa are just about all out.
At one stage, South Africa were 2 for 123 when Callis and Amlar were going great guns, especially Jack Callis. So they've lost 7 for 135 since then.
And they really would have had to have been thinking to themselves at the start of the day that this is a 400 first innings wicket minimum, you would think.
Now, with the Number 11, Imran Tahir on strike. There's men around the bat, and he's pushing forward. He's still on the pad, appeal for a bat pad, catching close. He's out. Hughes takes the catch. You could hear the nick as he plopped forward. And Michael Clark's picked up 2. South Africa all out. I can't imagine Australia batting tonight, but what a good job they've done. Remembering that South Africa at one point after tea was 4 for 241. They've been bowled out for 266. We've had a collapse. Big news, folks. 6 for 25.
How do you read this game? How do you understand this game? This is not even as good an Australian team that was humbled in Cape Town a week ago, and was on the verge of being humbled here in lots of ways in the middle of the day. And yet here they are. They've bowled out South Africa on the first day at the Wanderers for 266 on a pitch that, well, we will now get to understand its true worth, but to my eyes looked like a 400 pitch. John Inverarity, who's here acquainting himself with the Australian team, said last night that looked to him like a whacker pitch of old. And they were always high scoring pitches. So a great effort by the Australians, and an all-round effort too. Everyone who bowled took a wicket, and that included Pat Cummins, 18-year-old on his debut, became the second youngest man ever to take a wicket for Australia. Peter Siddle thumped about at times but came back with 3 wickets. Watson took a wicket before he was injured. Mitch Johnson got a couple, including Graham Smith, to get the ball rolling at the start of the day. And then right at the end, Michael Clark really bowling himself as a device to stop the players being forced from the field by bad light, took the last 2 wickets. So a bit of a Midas day for Michael Clark, and an exceptionally good day for Australia, and certainly much better than it might have been.
Well, it's not stumps yet. The roller's coming out to do its duty. Ground staff are there. The stumps are still in place. So as yet they haven't called it for bad light. But maybe this is this little push towards day-night test cricket, is it? Because they're very strong on it in South Africa. They're talking it up very big. They still haven't got the ball right, as we know, for that. But they feel the future of the test match cricket in this country is to play day-night. And there may well be something in it. And look at this. This is day-night.
It is, absolutely. Everyone who's out on the ground now, the groundsman and the several other people, have foreshadows from the floodlights. And you know, looking from here, it does look quite playable. The issue, of course, is being able to see the red ball. But if they were to bat now, it would be a bright, shiny, new red ball with a big seam on it. Perhaps there is an argument to play in this light. Perhaps Phil Hughes and Shane Watson don't particularly want to hear that argument at the moment. But then Australia said before this match, and said repeatedly in the last 2 weeks, that they're intent on being positive in everything they do. So if they are required to bat tonight, I'm sure they'll go out there with the attitude that, well, this is the position we're in, let's make the most of it.
Is this potentially a breakthrough in the staging of test match cricket? Because, you know, come on, we don't see test cricket as a rule played in this light. And that's not to say it shouldn't be. It's just the preciousness, or whatever it is, of the game and the use of light meters. Once the unnatural light takes over from natural light, that's what Billy Bowden said to me, and I'm sure to you others, that's it. We're not going to keep playing with a red ball. And yet, here we are, still playing.
Well,
it's a breakthrough if that's the case.
Maybe what we're seeing now is a test tube for the future of Test cricket. If this little session goes ahead, and the roller's on the pitch, and there's been no indication that it won't go ahead, maybe we're seeing a prototype. And I tend to agree with the sentiment that, as you say, is widespread here, that one of the things Test cricket has to look at for its survival, and we are talking about its survival, is to be able to play at night. And I know cricket authorities all over the world have been working on it and trying to get that ball right, and they haven't yet. But look at the light there now. It is 3/4 artificial, but it looks playable enough. I mean, I know it becomes a different argument when you're standing on the crease and you've got Dale Stone coming at you from the other end. But
the sky is quite clear. That's the other important thing, I suppose, of If we had cloud around, well, it'll be a lot darker. Yeah. But I mean, it still looks good enough to get out and continue play, even with a fast bowler. But well, we'll just have to wait and see. So this has been an amazing day. Pat Cummins has made his debut for Australia at 18. And Usman Khawaja, of course, has come into the side. We've heard that Ryan Harris has a hip problem. He's going home, and you do wonder if he's going to play much more Test cricket. Well, then, the lights are doing their job. There's no problem there. So at this stage, you have to believe that we're going to get some more play, but I'm not so sure. As I say, I think it's going to be one of those occasions when the roller will have done its business. The umpires will come out with the players. They'll get to the middle. The umpires will look at their light meter and say, it's off. What do you reckon, Greg?
Yeah, I think that's the likeliest scenario. The fourth official is out in the middle now, and I think with a light meter in his hand, or is it his glasses?
He's supervising the rolling. You have to justify your existence.
Well, here come the umpires.
Yeah.
The real umpires, the standing umpires.
Ian Gould and Billy Bowden coming out. So, as I say, 71 overs bowled. There's, in theory, another hour's cricket here. And we just have to wait and see how much more we get. So there it was, South Africa at 1 point, 4 for 241. Lost their last 6 wickets for 25. It was a remarkable collapse, and it happened without Watson being part of the bowling attack. He cried off with a hamstring twinge earlier in the day, having picked up a vital wicket, and we all thought, oh God, here we go again. He'll be out for the day, but he came back, and I think he came back because if he's going to bat in his normal position, he needs to be out on the field. And the other problem he'll have, of course, not that he's ever been a rapid runner between the wickets because he's a big man, is that he'll have to run them himself. He won't have any help. No runners now.
No, that's true. Yeah. He and Phil Hughes might be best advised just to deal in singles and fours for the rest of today, at least.
Long singles.
As long as it goes, yes.
Yes.
Isn't this a remarkable game, Jim? After Cape Town, I mean, there's really no excuse for what happened on that second day in Cape Town, but Michael Clarke did make the point that everything that could go wrong went wrong that day. Every LBW was out, every catch went to hand, not a snick went through the slips or over the top. Everything went wrong. Today, to a certain extent, almost everything's gone right for Australia. Every bowler's got a wicket. Every catch bar one was taken, and really that was only half a chance at best. Even the bowlers who bowled badly came back to bowl well. The South Africans played into their hands, and then right at the very end, Michael Clarke bowling, as I said before, you'd have to think mostly as an expedient so that play continued, takes the last 2 wickets and puts an abrupt end to the innings.
I'm not certain what's happening here. The umpires are there, right? There's no sign of the players. So maybe they have decided that for the moment, the light isn't good enough to continue. And it's hard to believe that the natural light's going to get any better. But we can see on our television monitor, the Australian openers are there, ready to come out. And what are the umpires going to do?
I thought I may be wrong about this.
The South Africans, South Africans weren't.
Graham Smith was definitely in his tracksuit.
Tracksuit,
so
yeah.
He's not the least interested in coming out. And
no.
that's the fielding team. So this is very odd because the Australian openers, who've got every cause and reason not to go out there, are padded up and waiting at the top of the steps.
Where's Darryl Hare when you need him? He'll get things moving. Are you fellas coming out of the room or not? I'll give you 5 minutes. Otherwise, you're going to forfeit.
Both sides forfeit.
I'd say the umpires have said that's enough. They're trudging off the field now. So, as I say, we didn't even get to the ceremonial moment of having everyone on the field before they called it off. So I think it's a fair chance that will be it. Julian, you want to take leave? What would you like to do? Because there won't be any more play here this evening. Can't find any in-depth bowling figures here. but Drew might have them. Good man. What a beauty. Look at that. And the number of overs. Oh, what service. ABC Sporting Service rides again. South Africa won the toss. They decided to bat. Smith was caught by Clark off Johnson for 11. Rudolph was caught by Haddon from Watson for 30. They went to lunch with Callis, 43 from 33 balls. He was smiting them. And Amla was 14. It was 2 for 107. He raced to 50 off 37 balls. He drop kicked Siddle over the backward square line. He hit him for another 4. And then he tried ambitiously to do something similar and lobbed a catch to Kawaja. And he was out for 54 from 41 balls. Amla soon followed to Cummins, playing an ambitious drive. He snicked it high to Ponting at second slip, who took the catch. He was out for 19. Then a long partnership took the score to 241 before the next wicket fell, and then they all fell. We had, first of all, Prince caught by Johnson, playing a big drive at line, out of control for 50. De Villiers on the pull, skied it. Cummins running back from mid-off to mid-on, dived and took an excellent catch. De Villiers out for 64. Boucher played the horizontal shot as well, and he skied it down to fine leg. Lyon took the catch, out for 3, and that was after Philander was caught in the crease by Lyon, LBW for a duck. Morkel was caught by Watson off Clark at slip for 6, and Tahir caught bat pad by Hughes off Clark for a duck. Stain was 15 with a big 6 off Lyon, and the bowling was Johnson 1 for 67 off 16. Cummins on debut, 15 overs 1 for 38. Siddle 15 overs 3 for 69. Watson 3.5 overs before the hammy got him, and he was 1 for 13. Lyon 13 overs 2 for 52. Hussey 4 overs none for 10, a couple of serious wides, and Clark 4 overs 2 for 6. Last 6 going for 25. Well, Greg Baum, what did you make of the day? Who's got the best of it?
I think Australia has, because I've said a couple of times, I think this looks like a 400 pitch, and South Africa are out for 258. So there you go. That's a 150 run advantage, more or less. It could have been a disastrous day for Australian cricket, given that they lost Ryan Harris before play. They lost Shane Watson after less than 4 overs. Watson, of course, was their best bowler in Cape Town. They played Pat Cummins, 18, which is a great thing, but it put a lot of responsibility into very, very young hands. And really, South Africa looked to have all the trumps. And at 4 for 240 in the middle of the day, still they did. But some reckless stroke play. Perhaps they were a little bit lulled by Australia's circumstances. But it all turned around, and in a rush. And the last 6 wickets fell for 50-odd, 25 in fact. And I think that makes the day a great one for Australia.
All right, we'll do it all tomorrow night. Join us then when Australia bats.
Hi ABC listeners, it's Jonathan Agnew.
And Alison Mitchell here.
The Ashes are coming.
And so are we.
We're looking forward to hitting Aussie shores to bring you the summer of cricket with ABC Sport.
Catch every ball of the Ashes on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of NRL.
You're listening to Australia taking on South Africa in Johannesburg in the second test in 2011.
We're just trying to put a call through to see how inconvenienced he's going to be when he comes out to open along with Philip Hughes. So we might get some news around that in a moment. But it is fine here, and we hope that we're going to get another intriguing day's play as we did yesterday when Australia fought back well in the last session. And through some bad light. I don't think I've seen as much Test cricket played under lights as we saw yesterday, and South Africa lost their last 6 wickets for just 25. Well, Geoff Lawson, we've got a couple of minutes to go before play starts. A lot of expectation here about the Australian batting performance. A lot of nervousness probably after making just 47 the other day. So what can we look forward to?
Well, it's a mystery, particularly after the Newlands Test match where Michael Clark dominated the first innings, and Michael Clark with some backups from Shaun. They got 200 out of the 280 in that first innings, and of course the second innings was just quite bizarre. And there's been a lot of discussion. We discussed at the close of play last night, over dinner, at breakfast with all the media around and the opposition media, and no one's sure what they'll get today. As you mentioned, Shane Watson went off the field, stopped in the middle of his 4th over yesterday, bowled another delivery after he pulled up quite short, and you don't normally do that when you've done a hamstring. He went off the field for an hour or so. He came back and fielded it slip, and then when South Africa were bowled out yesterday, he did have the pads on to come out and open the batting. Now, if he has got a hamstring injury, you've got to think he's quite incapacitated. And as they walk on the field, he is 8 paces behind his batting partner, walking very gingerly. And so what we get from him, we're not exactly sure. If he's incapacitated, and under the new laws, you don't get a runner. So that's a big problem. We'll just have to wait and see what we get from Shane Watson, and he's been so vital to good starts for Australia that if he's hampered by this injury, can't run very well and can't move very well when he bats, it may be a short innings, and then we've got to follow him Usman Khawaja, who's back in the side, replacing Shaun Marsh after his injury, and then a battling Ricky Ponting, who may well be playing his last Test match. He's well out of form, and there'll be some significant pressure on him, followed by Clark and Hussey, and we're just not sure what we'll get. The pitch has been under the covers. It's probably even greened up a little bit. We had a little bit of rain last night after that bad light, a shower, not heavy. The thunderstorm provided some thunder and lightning, but not much rain. But the locals say that if you put the covers on here and then get some rain, this pitch can green up a little. And that's, that's a little what it looks like this morning. Looks a touch greener, so it could be good bowling conditions. It could be tough to get through this first hour or so, particularly with Dale Steyn bowling outswingers at 150, 145, and Morné Morkel getting some excessive bounce. So a big challenge for the Australian batsmen today in terms of this innings, this Test match, this series, but also there's a couple of careers on the line.
So we're ready to go. They're playing at the drum in front of a fairly small house as Steyn begins the show. He bowls to Watson. Watson forward, as we've seen before, and pushes away. So it's which hamstring was that he had all parcelled up yesterday? It's his right or left?
I think it was the right.
The right. So getting onto the front foot shouldn't be such a difficulty. Well, it's none for 49. Morkel's bowling, and Hughes is back, and he's edging it down to the boundary for 4. He wasn't in control that time, but it flew off the edge, wide high of the field, down through the gully for another Hughes offside boundary. The 50 partnership comes up in about even time, and another boundary to Hughes. He's 26, Watson's 24.
It's amazing how they attack the ball outside off stump. He's got a whole slip cord and gullies, backward point, everything, and both of them are going full out outside the off stump.
Here comes Morkel to bowl to Hughes, and he might have been dropped at backward square. It came off the face of the bat. He turned it very quickly. Amla, I reckon, got his hands to it and spilt it, but gee, hard to call it a chance.
Amla is that position we talked about all this morning, where he was in the wrong spot behind square leg, and he missed an easy opportunity. This one goes hard and fast and down at his bootlaces, but he's there to catch that.
Philander's bowling to Hughes, and Hughes whips it away with a bit of that line at the leg stump, and he's going to collect a couple of runs to backward square. The 100's up for Australia. A century partnership for Australia for the first wicket. That's the first in a while. Watson's 48 and Hughes is 44. An excellent start, and the completion of the 21st over. So that gives you an indication of the scoring rate in this very solid start by Australia.
It's a funny old game, isn't it? 47 one week, none for 100 the next.
Philander bowls, and Hughes cuts and gets it through for 4 to bring up a half century.
A trademark way to bring it up, a glorious way to bring it up, and Philander doesn't have to err too far outside the off stump. He used to crack that away. Very safe. He hit it down, he hit it hard, he hit it in the gap. It's 53 off 68 balls for Phil Hughes.
Steyn bowls to Watson, short outside the off stump. He cuts it through the covers for 4. And that's a half century to Watson. Under some doubt with a hamstring injury. Didn't bowl much yesterday, had to field under duress. Would he open the innings? Yes, he would. And he came out number 1 in the order, and he is 53 not out off 74 balls with 9 fours and 1 6.
Well, there's not much difference to those two stats. 68 balls to Hughes, 74 for Watson, and same amount of boundaries.
Morkel comes up to Hughes. Hughes on the shuffle across the stumps, works it through square. He's just pushed that gently. It's going to go out to the boundary for 4. That's amazing. And that's the ice rink at Wanderers. He just pushed that past square leg, and the ball gathers speed. It's really extraordinary, and that's the 150 partnership coming up for Australia. This is the tonic the Australians needed after their ham-fisted batting performance the other day. None for 151, and Phillip Hughes knocks off another boundary, and he pushes his total along to 78.
Oh, that's 22 balls for the last 50, is it? 22 balls?
And an excellent morning of batting for Australia has put them in a wonderful position. And that session was won by knockout from the Australian batsman. 169 from 33 overs. Watson goes in on 76. Hughes is 85. And just one opportunity given to South Africa to try and break the partnership when Hughes was 30 and the score was 65. 65. Amlar spilt the chance at short leg from the bowling of Morkel. Well, Geoff Lawson, you've been sitting here for a while watching all of that. Is that just remarkable batting, or batting that very much matches the conditions of the pitch and the quality of the bowling?
Well, it's a bit of both. The pitch has played very well indeed. The new ball did a little bit of swing, and the odd one has moved off the seam. But we were expecting maybe a bit more from the pitch after a bit of overnight rain and the covers being down. The locals kept telling us there'd been some sweating on the pitch and it might even green up. Didn't see much evidence of that. But I just saw some very good positive batting. You started a little bit scratchily, and that unique technique that he has looked like it could fail him at almost any moment. But after he got to 15 or 20, the feet started to move much better. He's very positive and definite with his movements. He got away with his cut shots, and he's dominated the attack for the rest of the session. And Watson, despite some handicap with whatever injury he may have, has still had the feet moving. That big stride he has down the wickets worked. He's played some delightful straight drives and the pulls. So he doesn't look to be too inconvenienced, though certainly slightly. It's just been a great session by the Australians. Dale Steyn looks well off the pace, something we don't normally expect from him. He's bowled 8 overs for 43 without having much effect at all. I'm thinking he's got a bit of a niggle. Vernon Philander not as effective when the conditions are flat, and really hasn't bowled with a lot of discipline. Morkel okay, still conceding 5 and over. Tahir doesn't look like he's up to test match standard at this particular stage. So 33 overs gone, Australia none down. That's a big number in itself, but terrific amount of runs, scoring over 5 and over for this session here in the bright sunlight at the Wanderers. They have had a remarkable turnaround since last week at Newlands, and they would dine very happily. Graham Smith, on the other hand, he'll be sitting there thinking, how do I get my next wicket?
Going to bowl the first over after lunch. We'll have time. Dale Steyn, was he a bit disappointing this morning?
I think he was. We're bowling 133, 132, 135, maybe getting up to 138, 139. So really well down on his pace. So I think he is disappointed. And he couldn't control the run rate, and that's what Steyn normally does. He can normally bowl a long spell of pressure bowling where there are not many runs, but he couldn't do that at all. The Australians were outstanding. I also think the tactics against Phillip Hughes when he got his 100-year loss 3 years ago. Similar tactics to, I think, what the South Africans done. They think he jumps around at the crease and he might pop it into gully or pop it leg gully. It just hasn't worked, has it? Because if they get it wrong, he just pastes you back with 0.4.
Well, if you give him a bit of room, he will have a dip. He'll either go through cover or maybe top edge over slip.
He doesn't worry about that at all, does he?
It took a long time for Steyn to go round the wicket and get the ball into the pads, and that's where he might have him in a bit of strike.
That's right, and that's what Morkel will do well there. If he just keeps coming round the wicket, which he is now, cramp him up a little bit.
So it's the first ball after lunch, and Morkel around the wicket bowls to Hughes. And he does cramp him up a little bit as he defends on the offside. So we've got Hughes on 85, Watson 76, and a remarkable turnaround from 47 all out last week at Newlands, none for 169. Philander bowls. He's caught at slip as Hughes goes for the cut.
That's it. They got to look for it. Vernon Philander, he's been the man the whole time. He's kept it tight. He moves the ball around. Hughes looks for the cut and it just bounces on him, and a good take at first slip by A.B. de Villiers.
So Australia lose the first wicket, 1 for 174, with Hughes out for 88. Danestone did pretty well, but couldn't quite keep it in. Watson hooks. Ball in the air. He's caught. He's caught at square leg about 8 metres in from the rope.
Great catch. Imran Tahir.
Watson goes for 88. Same score as Phil Hughes. Well, Callis has produced an over out of nowhere.
They've had that man out of deep mid-wicket for Watson almost from the very start. He's taken them on. He's hit one over the head. He's hit a couple short. He's hit a few along the ground that have got singles. Once again, they got the field in exactly the right spot. It's generally mid-wicket. Watson pulls it in front, and that extra pace from Callis in this over has brought that result. A little high on the bat, but a terrific diving catch from Imran Tahir. Coming forward, diving to his right. They are not easy. And Shane Watson once again makes a half century and falls short of the 3 figures.
Yes, I was just doing some figures on him. 2 centuries, 16 half centuries, which is a pathetic conversion rate. 4 times he's been out in the 90s, and he didn't quite reach 90 this time. 3 slips and a gully for a catch. Stain bowls to Ponting. Oh, he gets hit on the pad. He might be gone. He is. LBW.
No referral.
Oh, Ricky.
No referral.
That is the last thing in the world Ricky Ponting needed. LBW for a duck. And this game far from over now. It's back on a knife's edge. Australia 3 for 193.
This is fast and swinging and full. And Ponting gets out in similar manner to his 2 LBW dismissals at Newlands. Playing a little straighter, but still falling across. Caught on the knee roll. Ball hitting the top of leg stump. Now Dale Steyn does do the trick. South Africa's best bowler dismisses what used to be Australia's best batsman.
He bowls to Clark. Works it off his hip behind square leg. There were 2 in the deep. And even that ball that just was nudged around the corner went more than halfway to the fence. And he gets actually a leg bye. Didn't get bat on it. And that completes the over for Philander. And Clark has kept the bowling, taking the leg bye off the last ball.
Morkel's bowling short. He's caught it slip. Caught by de Villiers. It was short, it was lifting, and Clark's played an undistinguished stroke. And Morkel's short pitch stuff has been good enough to get the Australian captain out. A loose shot, Clark's out for 11. And Australia, they were once none for 174. They're now 4 for 211.
Well, Clark has been letting that ball go. Short outside the off stump. Didn't have to play it. Undone by Morkel's extra bounce in the end. Little top edge. Very hard to get over the top of those. You have to try and hit them over the top of the field. Don't try to hit it down. And that extra bounce from the lanky Morne Morkel has undone Michael Clark, as well as a little ill discipline outside the off stump. Could have just let that go. It seems that the instinct of the modern player is to go at the ball all the time. They find it very hard to let the ball go. And in this tough period of cricket, where South Africa have certainly bowled a lot tighter and a lot better, you've just got to accept that the run rate will drop and occupy the crease. Clark wasn't able to accept that and chased that one outside off stump and got a nice thick edge through the slip.
Not much happened there, but a bit more confidence for Imran Tahir. And he's giving him another warning, Ian Gould, I think, for running on the pitch. He's talking to him about it. You've got to get off that area as they leave the field. What a session. 51 runs, 4 wickets. So it was none for 169 off 33 overs. It's now 4 for 220 from 58 overs. So they managed That's appalling over rate. 25 overs in the session.
And some of it was spin.
Khawaja's 12 and Hussey's 8. It's like someone's injected the game with Valium. I mean, it's just gone to sleep. And the wickets to fall were Hughes caught de Villiers, bowled Philander, 88. Watson caught Imran Tahir, bowled Callis, 88. Ponting, sorry to tell you, leg before Steyn for a third ball duck. And Clark, a little troubled by the bounce from Morkel, and aimed some kind of slash outside the off stump and snicked it to de Villiers at slip, and he was out for 11. So this partnership is worth a cute little 9. And as we go to tea, Geoff Lawson, we've had 58 overs bowled in 4.5 hours of play, and we've seen excitement, scintillating batting, to now subdued, almost survival type batting from the Australians.
It is a fascinating contrast between the two sessions, and one of complete dominance by the Australians. No wicket for 169 and losing 4 in that session. Yeah, the over rate's not great, but the cricket's enthralling. Obviously, at the lunch break, South Africa had a little chat. Alan Donald, perhaps the bowling coach, said, "Hey, come on, what are we doing out there? What's our game plan? Let's bowl some line and length," and there is a bit still in the pitch. We saw that, particularly from Morphett. But it was Philander who made the first breakthrough. Hughes cutting too close to his body, and we see him do that all the time. That dismissal did not come as a surprise, but he'd been striking that ball past gully and point. This time he got an edge, and in his career he will get out a lot more times like that. But it was a great start, 174 for the first wicket in just 35.5 overs. But from that time on, it was a tumble of wickets. Watson caught, great catch in the outfield, playing the pull shot. They set him up for that. Man was perfectly placed at deep mid-wicket. Tahir had to dive forward and take a very good catch. So both Hughes and Watson 88, and then Ricky Ponting, a nervous stumble across the crease to Dale Steyn, who once again gets him LBWs. A duck for Ricky Ponting, and it'll be a nervous second innings for him. And Michael Clark dropped anchor for 33 balls before chasing one off Morphett. That did bounce, and Morphett can do that on this pitch. Clark had been very disciplined early on, but decided to chase one and was out. So 4 wickets have fallen, and the game, it's still slightly in Australia's favour, but it's been dragged around a long way from heading to a big Australian first innings total to what might be a close first innings scores.
So Morkel bowls the first over after tea, and he bowls to Khawaja, and this ball, rather Hussey, and it's played on the onside to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Steyn bowls again, and Khawaja plays across the line. He's hit on the pad, and his LBW. He's walking down towards Hussey, and Hussey might have to play the role of unofficial umpire to see whether they'll go for a referral.
I think they have.
So Steyn just angled across, 3 in a row, leave, and then he tailed one into the left-hander and pitched up.
Much as we were talking about what good batting it was to leave the ball go, good bowling by Steyn too, to tease him in a certain place and then switch to another line.
I think he'll be going on that.
I think he will be.
We've just seen the replay. The crowd here at the Wanderers have seen the replay. Steyn's gone up with a massive appeal and finished up right alongside the batsman in his ear. And you wondered which South African team, which Australian team would turn up, which Dale Steyn would turn up, and a different Dale Steyn this afternoon from this morning.
Yeah, we have our answer already. It's extraordinary to think when this is given, Australia will be behind in the match.
Pitched in line, straightened, hit him in line, hitting middle stump. Khawaja's innings is over, and he leaves the field. LBW to Steyn. Oh, I've just got to say, great bowling by the world's #1 test bowler.
Absolutely. Khawaja will leave the ground thinking, to both throughout his innings and to that ball, that he might not have been able to do much else. He was patient throughout his time at the crease. We just talked about the quality of that. He was intent on a big score. He was looked at ease at the crease. But that was a very good ball from Steyn. Only slightly different in line from the balls that Khawaja had been leaving, but this one straightened up off the pitch and it was hitting middle stump. Big blow for Australia. We're now into the tail, and Brad Haddon comes to the crease, and his form's been nothing to write home about.
Steyn to Hussey. Oh, bowled him right through him with sheer pace. Actually only at 133, but Hussey hadn't covered up, and it's 6 for 233, and the Australian innings after a glorious start is staggering.
Not dissimilar to the ball that got Khawaja. Not especially fast, but swung in the air and moved again off the pitch, and Hussey just couldn't get there. So Australia's innings now is frankly in a mess from a position of what looked like unassailable strength 2.5 hours ago. South Africa may very well have a first innings lead in this match, and a chance to build on it, and then Australia will have to bat last on a pitch that, well, it's a classic test pitch. It's good to bat on at the moment, but it has movement. You have to think that 2 very hot days, and with another one tomorrow it will break up a little. It'll spin. Suddenly Australia's very much behind in this match.
Philando bowls to Haddon, and he gets one pitched up and he whips it off his toes behind square leg for 1. He's coming back for the second on the throw. The throw's not much good, so he gets home.
Steyn had the chase and the throw around the fine leg boundary. Haddon always at 2, pretty much under control, and it will be Steyn now to take the ball, or be a Morphett change ends maybe. Morphett's wandering up here. No. Well, of course, Callis is right. Had a bit of time off the field.
And now he comes in to bowl to Haddon, and Haddon once again puts the hand up and makes another false start. Now he comes in to bowl. Haddon stretches forward, hit on the pad, LBW. Tahir gets his first test wicket, and look at the celebration. The Australian batsmen are having a conference, and I think Haddon might review this, and he's gone upstairs.
Yeah, he's got his back to us, so we can't really see where it went, if it turned or not. We'll get another look at the monitor here in a moment, but Haddon full forward. If it's turned at all, you've got to think it won't be out, but if it's gone straight on, he might be in a spot of bother. This new age of giving LBWs on the front foot because of what the review system will tell you. Spinner would never get that one. Does this pitch outside leg stump? Ooh. I'm thinking this pitch is outside leg.
It's okay for height, even though he has pushed forward and been hit on the front pad. It might just be close to pitching outside leg, but I'm suspecting this is probably out. Hotspot shows no little touch off the inside edge of the bat.
Where does it pitch? It pitches okay. It just pitches in line, and that will be out. But that's at the limits of all the parameters. It's just pitched inside the line, where half the ball's got to pitch inside leg stump. It's just hit that, and it's just hitting the top of the stump. So they'll go with the umpire, and that will be out.
So Haddon departs the scene, LBW, and Australia 7 for 255, still 11 behind. Australia now battling to get a first innings lead. Tahir bowls. Oh, it's come back and bowled him. He got the wrong one. It sizzled past him, and Siddle out for a duck. Tahir 2 wickets in the over, and his celebration is taking place about 80 metres from where he bowled it.
Reminiscence of Murray Bennett knocking over Viv Richards' middle stump at the SCG. We couldn't catch him. He was bowling from the University of New South Wales, and he scored a try in front of the members. We just couldn't catch him. That was a very similar celebration. But that's how he gets his wickets to the tail. Bowls a quick wrong one. And surely the Australians did their homework on that. Get forward, look for the wrong. Siddle played back to a flat delivery. Well bowled, terrifically well bowled. And he would have got hundreds of wickets with that ball. But not particularly clever batting by Siddle, or the homework maybe done by the Australians on it. Just how Imran Tahir operates. But well done, Tufa.
A test for Cummins. Here's Steyn, he runs in towards him and he pushes forward and he's caught behind. He's out. Another brilliant delivery, moving away. Too good for Cummins as he pushed down the line. It looked a pretty good catch too, as Boucher went low to his right to grab it. And Cummins shouldn't be too disappointed.
Oh, that's wonderful bowling, isn't it, Jim? He's got great shape at good pace. Cummins has just followed it and just found the outside edge, pushed at it slightly. Boucher's always moving to his right and dives, catches it just off the turf. Fantastic catch.
So 9 down for 285.
Lyon faces, Stone bowls to him, and he drives in the air, is dropped. Oh, an absolute sitter at mid-off.
Oh, and that's a 12th man who's on the field, a youngster from this area. He's on the field, straight in at him. That was a fifer. Oh, man, it's his day. A new boy onto the field, and he's put down the catch. I don't even know his name, Drew. We'll have to get his name.
Oh, he wants his name erased from the birth certificates, births and deaths. He just wants a big hole and a big shovel.
Shame. I'm sweating for him.
Tahir bowls. Oh, the
Gotta be
wrong one
close.
came back, got him on the pads. He's LBW, and Tahir gets his 3rd wicket. Australia all out 296, a lead of 30.
There's amazing leg spinners to tail-enders. They can really bowl the wrong, and when you can bowl it, it's an outstanding delivery. And he's got, what do you get, 3 wickets on his leggy, on his wrong end. Wonderful bowling from Tahir. We just watched the replay. Pitches outside off, comes back, hitting middle and off. Wonderful bowling, Tahir. He came back strong. He was getting pasted by the top order. Once the top order was gone, he was able to come in against the tail enders, and he's picked himself up 3 wickets. Fantastic bowling, fantastic comeback by the South Africans.
Well, very well finished off by Tahir in his 2nd test match to take his 3rd wicket, and Lyon LBW for 2. Johnson remained 38 not out. Australia all out for 296. At one stage, you could have put money on their lead being about 200, but instead of that, it is 30.
It's amazing. That opening partnership was just tremendous, and then suddenly after lunch, South Africa came out with different bowlers. They calmed the game down. They got control of the run rate, and once they got control of the run rate, you can sort of control the game. And when they had that control, they started picking up a few wickets, and once the wickets started tumbling, new batsmen come in, bang, they'd knock them out, never let anyone get going. And the only guy who really showed good resistance near the end there was Mitchell Johnson, who played some big shots.
6 for 76 in the session after tea. It was just a calamitous procession with the Australian batsmen. After at tea it had been 4 for 220, all out 296. 6 for 76 in the session, 3 of them to the spinner and 3 of them to Steyn.
To Dale Steyn, that's right. He got some good swing, didn't he, in the high felt? Yeah, you can get the ball to swing, and he certainly got that.
Here he comes, Johnson that is, to bowl to Smith, and Smith walks across and plays it down the pitch. So it's strange, isn't it, how quickly the natural light goes here. It's 20 past 5. We've still got a heap of overs to bowl, but we're not going to get too many of those, are we?
You've always got a couple of cloud coverings on the horizon, and the sun normally gets underneath those or behind those, and that takes the sun away immediately. That's why you always lose overs in this part of town.
Johnson bowls short, and on the back foot it's clipped to Lyon, who's out there in the covers. So do you think South Africa will come out of this pretty well today, all things considered, conceding a lead of 30 on the first innings?
I would have taken, I promise you, I would have taken a deficit of about 80, 90 runs easily at lunch. And suddenly there's only a difference of 30 runs. I mean, it was huge, the comeback.
Johnson bowls and Smith pushes away down towards mid-on. But so why was there such a difference between what South Africa did before lunch and afterwards?
Well, I was hoping that you can tell me. I think the chat that they had in the dressing room was to tie the runs down, to make sure that they don't score a lot of runs.
Sorry, Fanie, I think this is it. I think the light meter is going to finish the day. The light meter is a god.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a god. It's not the best one on the field, I must admit. It's not the most loved one by the public. But I've been out there many a time when they took us off the field, and I must admit, most of the players wanted to stay on.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to come back to your question, to score only 54 runs in a session, that's a huge difference from probably, if you've got to be fair, take the extra little few minutes that we started off this morning, they probably would have scored 130, 140 in a session in comparison with our 106, 107. To go from there to 54,
They're not going, actually. They came over, they had a meeting on the pitch, so they're staying, but it won't be for long. Yes. They're 4 for 51 in that session.
It's amazing, isn't it? I've never seen that big a difference before.
They did tidy up their length, though, let's face it.
They did.
There were a lot of short stuff before lunch.
Oh, they did too. I'm sure they tried to intimidate more than anything else. The ball started swinging a bit more too, so that obviously makes it so much easier. But it was a wonderful way to come back into the game.
Here's Johnson again. Smith walking across and playing into the covers. And
you know, one never knows if it's a captain's decision out there, what they've done, or has it come from management. You know, one
they're going now.
Normally gives the credit to the captain. It looks like they're walking off the field.
Oh yeah. I'm surprised on previous history that they lasted as long as that. So that's effectively the end of the day. I mean, is the natural light going to get any better? Probably not. All right. So we've got a few minutes to talk away here, and just go back on what has been another amazing day of cricket. Australia got to 174 before they lost a wicket. They then lost their last 10 wickets for 122, and it would have been a couple less had the young fellow who came out to sub not drop a sitter, poor old Dale Dibb. Something you'd want to forget, but it didn't make too much difference in the end, because it was the swift bowling of Steyn. He got some big wickets. He got Ponting on the crease leg before, one that just held its line in on the pads. He bowled Hussey later on after having Khawaja leg before, and then Cummins out caught behind. So he showed his qualities again. And with a strike rate under 40 balls a wicket in Test cricket, it was another compelling performance.
Absolutely, and he only needs a couple of wickets to surpass Richard Hadley's record of the quickest to 250 wickets.
Yeah,
and that's huge. I mean, he was an absolute legend. But this guy is just amazing. What would South Africa do without him? He's just been the spear of our fast bowling attack. He's a short guy. He's not all that muscle bound. He's very strong now, does a lot of gym work. But he's not the perfect bowler. I think if myself and Geoff had to pick a perfect body, perfect athlete for a fast bowler, we would have gone 6'4", 6'5", broad shoulders, lean and mean, and not a short little thin oak that bowls the way he does. I mean, he's proven to be the best in the world at this stage, and he's far away from the tall West Indians that myself and you would probably pick and say that's the ultimate for a fast bowler.
You think of a Malcolm Marshall, I suppose. He wasn't as tall as the rest, but
yeah, he was also a way swing bowler, exactly what Dale Steyn did. But Malcolm isn't even close to the success record of a Dale Steyn.
Yeah.
I mean, Dale Steyn took 100 wickets in 20 Test matches. There's probably 3-4 guys in the world that's done that. He's on his way to 300 wickets in less than 60 matches, which is unbelievable. It's never been done before. Well, so wonderful fast bowler, and he's lasting much longer than most of us thought. The way he runs in at the pace he bowls, it's just fantastic. And hopefully Cummins goes to a guy like Dale Steyn and speaks to him and discuss issues with him. Hopefully there's an open relationship, because a youngster like him needs a lot of advice.
Let's have a look at these bowling figures. Dale Steyn was 4 for 64 from 18 overs. Philander 1 for 47 from 15. Callis 1 for 56 off 13. Morkel 1 for 62 from 17. And Tahir, he enjoyed himself at the end, 3 for 55 from 13.4 overs. So today, Hughes was caught by de Villiers off Philander for 88. Watson caught by Imran Tahir of Callis in the deep on the pull shot for 88. Ponting leg before to Steyn, third ball, naught. The fourth man out was Clark, caught de Villiers at slip from Morkel for 11. Then after tea, Khawaja leg before to Steyn for 12. Hussey bowled Steyn 20. Haddon leg before to Tahir for 16. Siddle missed the wrong and badly, bowled Tahir for naught. Cummins caught Boucher bowled Steyn 2. Lyon leg before to Tahir, another wrong and for 2. And Johnson thumped a few about and made 38 out of 296.
He batted well.
Yeah, he likes batting here.
It looks like it. Yeah. Just a quick one on Ricky Ponting. What do you think is going to happen?
It's hard to say, but with the new selectors in, I would have thought time for change is imminent. Going to a series against New Zealand. I mean, look, if you're building towards the future, you run the risk, if you really think that Ponting has come to the end of his career, You play him against New Zealand, where perhaps the bowling's not going to be quite as good as it's been here, and he gets a few scores and he keeps going. They might think he's worth persevering with, particularly given the alternatives. Marsh is injured, back problem. How many other middle order players have they got? I think it's time for them to recast the side, push someone else up to open, probably Warner with Hughes, get Watson in at 4 and change the team in that way. What would you do?
Well, to be honest with you, I'm just going on what happened in the past. We've had a Gary Kirsten that was on his last legs, not making runs at all, and he made a good 109 I think it was, and all of us in the commentary box said, oh, he shouldn't have made these runs. He's back in, and he became an absolute superstar after that knock.
What age was he then?
I can't really remember. I'm going to guess, but it was late in his career already. And for another 2, 3, 4 years, he played fantastic cricket.
Yeah.
So
but I don't think
also
he was
have a look at the quality of the player.
Yeah.
Is there somebody that can replace him that's going to be at that caliber all the time? Is he unlucky? Does he need a little bit of a break and play provincial cricket, come back? I mean, if you look at Hayden, that you guys have asked to leave, I think it was the wrong decision. Hayden started making runs again soon after that, and probably would have played a huge role.
Oh, he was gone, Fanie. Sorry, no, I can't agree with you at all. I thought he was terrible at the end.
Oh, was he?
And then he battled away playing IPL, and he's going to play the Big Bash.
Yeah,
No,
I saw him in IPL. I thought that he would have come back.
I think he was shot. But these are just opinions. It's the selectors who'll make the call.
Luckily, we're not the selectors.
Yeah, that's right. They've got a bit of a job because they've got to patch up their batting and their bowling. They've got to try and get something together there, and they've got quite a task ahead of them.
And I think your selectors are strong enough to tackle the media, to handle the media properly when they do make changes.
Well,
we would struggle.
Yeah, that'll be. Well, they've got a new chairman of selectors, John Inverarity, 67 years of age. We'll see how he handles it with Rod Marsh, Andy Bickle. Michael Clark is a selector as well as the captain, and the new coach, who's due to be appointed any day now, will also be involved. So things just a bit unsettled. I think we're coming to the close, Julian. The cover's gone down. We're not going to get any more play here tonight, so we'll wrap it up. We'll be back at the early time of 10 o'clock local tomorrow. They've got some overs to make up, but another enthralling day of Test cricket. Topsy-turvy, twists and turns, and Australia lead by 30 with the score of 296 against South Africa's 266.
And thank you to Jim Maxwell and the team at the Wanderers ground in Johannesburg, as Jim mentioned. An early start once again to make up time. 17 overs are left in the day when the players left the field there. South Africa in their first over, none for none after Australia all out for 296. The lead is 266. South Africa none for none in their second innings on day 2 of the second test in Johannesburg, and play to get underway at 7 o'clock Eastern Summer Time on Saturday night.
The votes are in. Now we find out your favourites in ABC Radio National's top 100 books of the 21st century. Starts 1 p.m. AEDT Saturday, October 18 and Sunday, October 19 on ABC Radio National.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of basketball.
You're listening to Australia taking on South Africa in Johannesburg in the second test in 2011.
And at lunch on day 2, Australia were known for 169. Phil Hughes and Shane Watson both got 88, and Hughes spoke to Drew Morphett after the day's play.
Phil, well batted. What a tremendous opening partnership.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was nice to get a few today, and nice to spend some good quality time with Shane out in the middle. To get a 170-odd run partnership was great, but in saying that, it would have been very nice to go on and make 3 figures and make a big 150, but look, it wasn't to be today.
Did you always intend to bat that quickly?
Oh, look, I felt, if it's there to hit, that's always been my game, and obviously Shane's game as well. If it's there to hit, I like to have that positive intent with my batting, and today just happened to be like that.
Did you have to sacrifice any runs because of whatever injury he had? Were you able to take singles or just hit fours?
No, look, we spoke about that, but he was moving quite well. We spoke about that this morning before we batted together, and made sure that we had loud calls and our communication was very good, and it was a good thing. And he was, once he got warm, he started moving a little bit freely.
Did you feel as though you were under any particular pressure for your spot in the side or anything like that, that you needed runs here today?
Look, I certainly wanted runs, and there's always pressure to perform, especially on the international stage. To get 2 low scores last game was very disappointing on a personal note, but to bounce back today to get 80 odd is definitely a good feeling. But it would have been also nice to go on.
Is it a batsman's track or a bowler's track? I can't work it out.
Yeah, look, the ball definitely swung all day. It's good signs for us going into tomorrow morning. Hopefully we start positive and start well in the morning, and if we can hold our chances, that'll be great. We've got a 30-odd run lead now, and it's very important to start well.
Did you notice that the South African bowlers were different after lunch? Dale Steyn definitely wasn't at his very pomp prior to lunch. Something happened and they came out after lunch and it was different.
Yeah, I felt after lunchtime, even the little period that I batted was, quite tough to score. I thought they bowled some very good areas from lunch onwards. They were very consistent and very patient with their lines, and obviously you could tell, once they bowled tight, a few wickets fell in patches. So we can definitely take that into tomorrow with our bowling.
So our lead is 30. At one stage it might have been 200. Where do you see us? Are we favourites? We've got a lot of work to do, still 3 days to play.
Oh, look, there's still a lot of cricket to be played in this game. Look, 30-run lead, that's a little bit of confidence going in tomorrow, but hopefully we can just bowl like we did in the first innings, and that's all we can really control at the moment, is to bowl well, great lines, and be patient, and hopefully hold our catches and go from there. So, things are looking good, but there's still a lot to be played in this game.
Well played, Phil. It was good to watch.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
That's about it, Julian. Just start afresh, because a 30-run lead for the team batting second probably just gets us back to square one. It was a funny end to the day yesterday. They came out and faced 4 deliveries before they went off with the bad light, and none for none South Africa. So as Phil Hughes just said, the Australians are going to have to bowl well. There's still a bit of life in it. They'll get a bit of bounce. They need to get some edges, take some catches. And it could be a very interesting day yet. But, gee whiz, if South Africa get away on this third day, like they did on the third day in Cape Town, it might be pretty tough for the Aussies. Geoff Lawson with me. What do you reckon, Henry?
Well, Drew, we've seen some fascinating cricket. We've seen the ball dominate, the bat dominate, all in the one day. And we keep talking about the pitch. We talked about the pitch down at Newlands. We didn't find it guilty of too many offences. It seems to be that when the bowling from both sides becomes disciplined and accurate, that the batsmen of both sides find ways to get out, and they do get out in bunches. And as Phil, you said, it's a great start, but once a wicket fell and the bowlers bowled tight, a lot of wickets fell, and there's that lack of discipline we're seeing from batsmen of both sides. So I'm not going to make a prediction. We saw Smith and Ambler bat, unbelievably well down at Newlands. This pitch, you'd have to say, is even better than that. It's got some good bounce, good carry, a little bit of spin yesterday for the leggy, which is always nice. But the weather at the moment, it's perfect for batting, and it's a great challenge for Australia with the new ball, particularly when we assume Watson won't be bowling. He batted okay yesterday. You just heard once again Phil Hughes in that piece say that Shane Watson wasn't inconvenienced at all. So maybe they'll get a few overs out of him. We'll have to wait and see.
And both test matches have been played at 1,000,000 miles an hour. There's 3 days to play. Is there any chance that South Africa could come out and just occupy and just grind Australia into the ground? It's against everyone's nature. They'll come out and play shots, and if they do that, they might get out.
Yeah, well, and the favourite expression of batsmen these days is play your natural game. That's an excuse for playing lots of shots and maybe getting out. Yesterday, Australia were 5 and over at lunchtime?
Yep.
It was incredible. After lunch, they were 2 and over. And so, to me, it's all about how accurately the bowlers can bowl, what pressure they can put on. Now Mitchell Johnson's coming off a 1 for 70. He had 4 overs with the new ball, 4 balls with the new ball last night, and he bowled off this really short run. So this may be the new tactic. And I watched him carefully in the warm-ups. He did swing the ball a little in the warm-ups this morning. They do it out on the practice pitches next to the main pitch on the wicket square, so conditions are the same. So we'll be looking for something a bit different from Mitchell today. He's obviously under a bit of pressure for his position. He's just taken 2 wickets in the test matches so far at an average around 70. But maybe he's looking for something different. He's going to forget about pace and try to swing it. And Peter Siddle didn't move it a lot in the first innings, and then they got a rookie out there. So there will be a lot of pressure on the Australian attack if the batsmen get away like they did down at Newlands, where they were unstoppable. Once Ambler and Smith got going, they seem to be just totally unstoppable.
You know what? Mitch Johnson seems to get confidence when he bats all right. He did it here 3 years ago when he made a 98 not out, and he got 4 wickets in both innings. Now, he batted well yesterday and made 38 not out. Maybe a bit of confidence with the bat might lead to some confidence with the ball. He definitely needs it because he was round-shouldered and looked hang-dog down in Cape Town. We might see a different Mitch Johnson today.
Yeah, there's no doubt that the cricketers in general are buoyed by, even if they take a good catch. And if you do bat a little bit, it's always nice to make runs, and you probably feel like you're contributing to the team in the game more, even if you're not taking wickets as a bowler. Yesterday, what do you get, 38, and hit it pretty well. It was a fairly typical Johnson innings, some great timing and a few bits of luck here and there, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, he's in the short term, his career's on the line. With such poor form in the last, his last sort of 15 to 20 test matches, he's just got that 1 sixer at Perth, and he hasn't been amongst the wicket takers, and he hasn't been the strike bowler that Michael Clarke wants him to be. And once again, they're one bowler down in the attack. If you look back to why Shane Watson's in the team, he was put in the 2009 Ashes. Villiers dropped because Mitchell Johnson wasn't bowling well enough.
There was just a minute's silence, or a moment of silence there for Basil D'Oliveira, who's died today, aged 80. And of course, what he achieved in cricket, coming from this part of the world before South Africa were playing Test cricket, so he went to England, forced his way into England's Test side, caused the cancellation of tours, where the World 11 come to Australia because the tour was cancelled. But Basil D'Oliveira, wonderful man, and dead today. Died in England at the age of 80.
Well, Basil D'Oliveira is a central character in not just the cricket development of this nation, but probably the political development of this nation. Cape Coloured, who couldn't get in any South African side, did go to England and was picked to play for England. His silky smooth batting, his little medium paces that he bowled, just a terrific cricketer. And of course that England tour, well, I'll have to guess at the year. I'm thinking 68, 69 was cancelled. May have been before that, even maybe in the mid-60s. Yeah, that was cancelled because Basil D'Oliveira was picked as a replacement player. He wasn't in the original squad, and there was a dropout, and he was put in. And I think the local government said, well, he can tour if he's made an honorary white. And of course that didn't go down too well, as you would imagine. So in the long path to the cessation of apartheid in this country, Basil D'Oliveira was a central figure in that, and I think we'll hear a lot more tributes for him.
Yeah. So the crowd stood in silence in memory of Basil D'Oliveira, and the two teams out in front of the dressing rooms also stood there and bowed their heads in memory of a great man and a pioneer in the game. Another thing about today's play here at the Wanderers in Johannesburg, it is National Breast Cancer Day, and we are daubed in pink all over the scoreboard, the grandstands. The ground staff are wearing pink tops. There's plenty of pink ties, pink shirts here in the media centre, and it's also been combined with the Glenn McGrath Foundation. Tracy Bevins over here, and this day is to raise funds and just general awareness of breast cancer, and it'll be felt, I'm sure, in both countries. Well, the players are about to come out and start. Start time was due to be 22 past. Well, I'll be behind that. The Aussies are in the race, about to come out. They won't be bowling the first ball in 1 minute.
Well, no umpires. They're usually the first on the ground. Maybe they had to revise their 22 past 10 start.
Maybe they did, and maybe they didn't tell us.
Yeah, the vampires are coming out now.
And there they go, stepping over the rope. So this test match is just in a really delicate stage. South Africa, second time around, none for none, having faced 4 balls only last night, and Australia's lead is 30. What is going to happen? Yesterday morning, the runs came at 5.1 per over in the morning session. It's such a quick ground here. You beat the field and it runs away for 4. Will it be that fast this morning? Will it be runs? Will it be wickets? Will it be a bit of both? The way this series has gone, I'm tipping probably a bit of both.
Yeah, look, I've given up predicting what's happening. Normally, you'd look at the pitch third day and, okay, new ball might do a bit. South Africa might lose 1 or 2, but conditions are pretty good for batting. You think they make some sort of score, but I'm just not predicting him. I mean, yesterday, none for 174. They're looking. Well, hang on, let's go back to the first day. How was South Africa travelling? 2 for 123 at one stage. And they lost their third wicket at 123. And they were scoring it over 4 and over. And, 266.
Yeah, at lunch on the first day, South Africa were 2 for 107 at 4.28 per over. And yesterday was even quicker with the Australians. Absolutely amazing. Well, we had a bit of a farcical scene last night. The lights were on. It was the gathering gloom. The umpires allowed the innings to start. Mitch Johnson bowled 3 balls. The umpires conferred. They looked at their light meter. They allowed him to bowl 1 more ball. And in the space of 1 ball, it got dark enough for them to say that's enough.
It was an interesting little period. But it must be said, about 15 minutes after that, it did rain.
Oh, it was dark enough, all right. The lights were throwing shadows. The players were throwing shadows from the 4 light towers, so definitely dark enough. Now Mitch Johnson's just having a bit of a practice bowl, and it looks as though he might start from a short run up again.
Yep, he's got this. This is the new tactic to try and get a bit more front shoulder to stay in a bit longer, so it doesn't open up, doesn't get that low draggy arm he's got. It'll be interesting exercise. He didn't do this in the first innings. Is it an act of a desperate man trying to change his game overnight?
Graham Smith to take strike. Rudolph at the non-striker's end. Both South African batsmen with a black armband, no doubt in honour of Basil D'Oliveira.
And the feel of the field. It feels like the first morning of a test match. 3 Sips Gully. It's the brand new start.
Johnson from the shortest run-up I've ever seen from him. He runs in and bowls to Smith, pitching up on the stumps, and he works it from the stumps down backward a square leg for a single, the first run of the innings.
And he gets a short ball. He's hit it in the air. It's going straight up in the air. He should be caught by Haddon. Takes the catch. Bouncing ball from Cummins. He gets his second test wicket. Rudolph annoyed with himself. He dashes his glove against his bat as he walks away. He instinctively went at that short ball. There was no control in the stroke. It went straight up in the air, and South Africa lose their first wicket at 40.
Yeah, muscle memory, you were saying. On the pull, he's just hit a great 4 through the covers, trying to hit another 4, and he's got all day to bat. Great delivery by Pat Cummins. The pace we were talking about, straight up in the air, on the hook. A great wicket for Australia. Rudolph will be most upset with that, as will coach Gary Kirsten.
Johnson. And Smith gets him away. Forward of point, 4 runs.
It's a good shot. Hit that in front of point. Short. Had a bit of width on it. Clark's got a backward point set deep. Almost 3/4 away to the boundary, so Smith decides to hit that in front. Ponting's just in front of the line of the batting crease. A pitch length from Smith. He's really square at point, with a genuine point. And then Nathan Lyon's behind. It's like a gully 3/4 away to the boundary.
Smith waits. Lyon comes up. Smith goes back and tries to cut. He's caught. He's caught behind point. He didn't get over that back cut. And he's hit the ball straight to Hughes behind point. The ball bounced. We were talking about that before. He did not have control of the shot. And he's got a leading edge, a top edge. And another wicket goes down. We don't get too many long partnerships. And that's a big wicket for Australia, removing the very, very handy Graham Smith. Caught by Hughes from the bowling of Nathan Lyon. It's 2 for 75. And Smith's out for 36.
Oh, well worked hand there by the Australians. Nathan Lyon getting good bounce outside the off stump. Previous 2 deliveries ago went for 4. Very similar delivery, but with no bounce. And often cut shot can be the undoing of a batsman, especially when there is that bounce. Doesn't really matter about the turn as long as there's good bounce. Smith almost on his front foot cutting there, not on control of it at all, hitting it straight to the fielder behind point.
Cummins pitch up and he's edged. He's caught at slip. Caught at slip by Clark, straight into the breadbasket. Beautifully bowled by Cummins. He'd worried Callis, who played back to one that lifted. It took the edge and Callis is out for just 2, and that's the biggest wicket of Pat Cummins' brief but impressive Test career. And South Africa 3 for 90.
Oh, you'll take that. That's a quality wicket. And Pat Cummins had Callis playing outside the line of the stumps. He just bowled so many out there, wide going away. That was a little closer. He had bounced and left Callis a bit, hung the bat. It was really a push and a prod at the ball. With that extra pace, and a little bit of movement. And that is an absolutely quality wicket for young Pat Cummins. That they're ones to remember. Beautiful edge, nice catching height, going quickly but nice catching height. Waist hider to Clark. Big breakthrough. 60 the lead, 3 out.
There you heard Ian Gould say, "There's over, gentlemen, it's time for lunch." And at lunch, as some head off for the Brides, and there's samosas, excellent samosas in here. They let people in the ground. They pay a fee to sell their good food, which is again something that should be imitated in Australia, rather than having that stockpile of created food that's been sitting around for a while, refreshed and uncremated and delivered to the public. But it's 3 for 94 here, and the board tells us that Amlar's 27 and the Villiers on 2. Yep, that's the score. 3 for 94. So the batsman out, Rudolph caught Haddon, bowled Cummins 24. Smith caught Hughes, bowled Lyon 36. And Callis caught by Clark off Cummins for 2. So a lead of 64. Geoff, Lawson, who's got their nose in front?
Oh, good session from Australia. They'll be very happy with that. The pitch is still playing well. It was good batting conditions this morning. And to get 3 out, particularly Smith and Callis, 2 of the kingpins on the way. I think they'd be settling over their samosas, feeling fairly comfortable with life. And they'd also be feeling really happy that the 2 of those 3 wickets have fallen. No, all 3, but 1 to Lyon, 2 to Cummins. The 2 young guys, the 2 rookies almost in the side. That they're the 2 guys who got wickets this morning. Lyon in his brief spell undid Smith, bowled very tightly. Got him to play a false shot behind point. Smith over ambitious. Rudolph aiming a hook shot at a guy bowling 145. And then a delightful wicket of Jack Callis, nicking a very fast outswinger. So good morning's work from Australia. They've restricted that lead to 64. Plenty of time left in this match, but I'd have Australia ahead at the moment.
Overcast at the moment. He runs in and bowls, and the first ball just steeples off a bit of a length, and it's poked away on the offside by de Villiers safely. That was at 135, his first ball after the break.
That's pretty good pace, first ball after the break. A fast bowler is always liable to get some good steep bounce here, and looking at the young, eager Pat Cummins, he very definitely poses huge threats for the South African batting order. Michael Clark, very attacking field. He's got 3 slips and a gully, and only a mid-off and a cover point, mid-wicket, mid-on, and of course a man down a deep fine leg. Always a chance for catch and slips.
The sun comes out again as Cummins bowls, pitching right up. He's driven in the air, back past the bowler. Cummins threw a hand at the ball. I don't think he even got a touch to it. And they take a single. You're probably not expecting one to come back at you. Straight off the face of the bat. He may have just touched it with his fingernail.
What is clear here is the reluctance, shall we say, of South African batsmen to look to come forward to the pace of Pat Cummins. They tend to be caught on the back foot, stuck to the crease. It certainly happened to Jacques Callis, and even his back foot was going towards the middle and leg and wafted his bat outside away from his body, and of course Callis was caught in the slips by Michael Clark. In comes Cummins.
Cummins bowls. Oh, and a leading edge, is it, or the pad? They've gone up. Now, the Australian's going to go for a challenge here. I thought originally it was from a leading edge. There's many discussions, and they're going for the challenge for the LBW call, which is an interesting one here. He might have straightened this down the line.
Good decision by Michael Clark to review it. Delivery is legal. Certainly not a no ball. Look at the strength in that delivery stride.
We're getting the freeze frame of him side on. It is brilliant. Now, that appears to be heading leg side, and it straightens up. Now, that may be in line. Now, whether there's a question about going over the top, but it's a good challenge, I reckon.
That's a good challenge. If anything, it could be a bit high, but well, it's certainly hitting. Maybe a bit high, but trouble times for Hamler in South Africa here. He's just played across it, hits him on the top of the pad. It's going to be very close.
Yeah, a bit of knee roll, a bit of the flap. Gee, it's a close thing as to whether that's going to hit the stumps or not. But what about the way he straightened it down the line? That's a way swing starting at about leg stump. That's a phenomenal delivery.
Yeah, Hamler just playing across it. Hits the seam, just straightens him. Again, South African batsman playing across the line of the ball, but certainly a fine delivery. We await the decision.
There's no bat as far as hotspot's concerned. Now we get it's pitched in line. The impact is in line. It's an umpire's call. Is it enough of the ball hitting the stumps?
I reckon half of the ball is hitting the stumps. I reckon he's going to be on his way.
This is so close. It's about... No, it's not out. Boy, oh boy, you could argue that till the cows come home.
Wow. Could that be the decision that decides a test match? Half a cricket ball.
Well, it had to be more than half the cricket ball hitting the stump to overturn the ump's decision, didn't it?
Yeah.
And it looked like more than half the ball to me.
Certainly half. Well.
What a delivery it was by Cummins. As an absolute perler. It's all very well to swing it away if you start outside the off stump, and he's done that a few times, but he swung that away starting at about leg stump, straight and right down, and that was hitting top of middle and off, and enough of the ball was hitting the stumps, Peter.
Who's the third umpire?
Billy Doctorow.
Billy Doctorow.
Gee, I'll talk about that for a while. Johnson bowls, and Amlar leg glances this, very fine, and that's 4. So Johnson completes the over, and the 100 comes up for South Africa off 187 balls, 15 fours in the 100, 3 for 100.
So it's a case of, you know, trying to get out of the ODI mode. Even today, this morning, we've seen Graham Smith and Jacques Rudolph. You could see they were positive, good body language, but still, they were still trying to get a boundary and over. And, you know, even A.B. de Villiers has come in with a comment and saying there's no room for defence in Test cricket, which is quite a ludicrous comment.
Of course, there's so many days to go.
Exactly, with still 3 days to go. But that's the way he plays. He's going to have to mature quickly against this pace bowling attack of Pat Cummins. He's got 3 slips in a gully right behind him, waiting for a loose shot, waiting for an attacking shot that maybe he won't be in line at, or not getting his feet moving. He's already been hit on the toe.
Siddle's bowling at Amla. He drives, and he drives handsomely out towards the deep cover boundary for 4. The inside out play of Amla, and a half century comes up. Another one. 52 from 115 balls, and Hashim Amla gets a Saturday cheer. 3 for 144.
7 fours in that, and just a little slower than that innings in the first test match.
Got to break this partnership. Amla defended the first, and the second he drives at, and with a deep cover in place, Lyon is out there. They gather a single. 3 for 150, and another little landmark applauded by a crowd of around 15,000 here at Wanderers, and a lot of them in the open stands around the place, particularly in front of the scoreboard. It's the bleachers over there, and it's a quiet looking de Villiers pushing forward to Clark here. He indulged in a reverse sweep for 4 from Lyon. Crowd expecting de Villiers to get to 50. Lyon bowls to him, and he hits hard down the ground just over mid-off for 4. That didn't clear mid-off by very much. He gets to his half century, but that was not a convincing stroke. It's been a good innings, but he's had a few anxious moments, and that was almost the end of it. He just cleared Johnson at mid-off. Another test 50 for A.B. de Villiers. And that one came with 9 fours from 82 balls.
I don't think that was within Johnson's reach, but he did seem to pick it up very late.
And that's the over. A couple of maiden overs to finish the session. Another wonderful session of Test match cricket. 97 runs scored. And South Africa have kept this partnership intact. And they've added 101. Amla has taken his total along to 69, I think. It's disappeared from the board. I'll just dig it out. 69, and de Villiers 54, and Greg Baum. Situation of the game still looks pretty open, but perhaps South Africa have just pressed some advantage there by not losing a wicket in the session and taking their lead to 161.
Yes, I think it's South Africa's going to lose now, but the evidence of this series is they can lose it. But so can Australia. South Africa wins that session, but we talked a little before off air, Jim, about the fine margins that govern Test cricket. If the LBW had been given, as it easily could have been, or the run out, or the ball had gone to Ricky Ponting rather than to Usman Khawaja for the run out, then we might have seen both these batsmen out, in which case it would be South Africa that was now struggling and Australia cock a hoop. But that's Test cricket, and I think what we've just seen is a session of classic Test cricket, but won in the end by South Africa. Australia desperately needs a wicket when they come back after tea to reassert themselves in this match. And as I've said before, the way the series has been played out, you wouldn't bet against them getting 3 wickets immediately after tea. Let's hope so.
Peter Siddle will bowl the first ball after tea. And Amla is on strike. He is 69, de Villiers 54. Siddle bowls outside the off stump, and a flashy cut shot by Amla hard into the ground.
Just looking up highest fourth innings scores to win, or just highest fourth innings totals in Australia. Their highest was 339. They lost that
at this ground. Are you talking?
No, no, anywhere, any time.
Just against South Africa?
Yeah, just South Africa.
Yep. Johnson again. And Siddle is called into play here and break away from the autograph hunters, and he fields a deep backward square, and that's a single, and it's 200 on the board for South Africa. It looks an imposing score, doesn't it? 3 for 200. Of 366 balls, they've hit 29 fours and 1 6.
And 110 for this wicket. Yeah, just to finish that story. So the kids get their bats and they throw them over to the security guard, and he can't give them back. He then hands them over to Peter Siddle. So they got the perfect go-between down there.
Here's Johnson. He's running up now. Bowls and Amla drives him away through the covers for 4. Geez, good through the offside. Between mid-off and backward point, Amla scores some beautiful runs. He saw the line, he got over the ball, and he hit it on the rise for a spanking 4. Nice timing, sir.
Yeah, it wasn't a half volley, but he used the width. And it's sort of a slapping drive.
He's heading for another 100 here. Johnson bowls to him, and he's driving once more through the covers for 4. They hurt, those two. 3 for 216 consecutive 4s hit by Hashim Amla, and he's racing to this century. He's 80. Excellent shots. Again, he bowled wide, and there wasn't much venom there. He easily took it on the rise, and Clark says enough. You're not going to get any more easy boundaries there. He puts a man out on the line. Johnson goes in again. Amla tries to turn. He got a long way across, too far as it went down the leg side.
Oh, they're going off. And you wonder whether that's it for the day at just 4:23. The players leave the field. It's hard to understand how the light can improve from here. 3 for 229. The lead is 199. You got it. So Shaun Pollock, as the players leave the field, Shaun's got to go and be in the studio for his commitment here on television. He's dressed far better than we are for radio. And the players ambling off, led by the South African batsman. And what a performance put up by Amla, who is 89, and de Villiers, who is 70. It's 3 for 229, and Australia haven't taken a wicket since before lunch. It was a good pre-lunch session where Australia took 3 wickets, wicketless between lunch and tea, and no success after tea, and now bad light has ceased play, and a lead of 199 with still 7 wickets in hand. The match firmly in the grip of South Africa at the moment, unless the Australians can manage a momentum swing, much like we've had pretty much through the series. They need it whenever they play again. First thing tomorrow morning, whenever it is, they need a big swing. So, dressed more for radio is Geoff Lawson.
Much more than Shaun Pollock was dressed for radio.
He is dooed up beautifully, isn't he?
Like a tie and a bit of gel in your hair, and we don't really need that, Drew, do we?
No.
People wouldn't know what we were wearing. Actually, we're quite respectable, but thongs and shorts probably tomorrow.
We've got the team uniform on, so there's a bit of grandstand going on.
Yeah, I was searching for something pink this morning. I had a black ABC grandstand t-shirt. I went from an LBW Trust maroon. It's sort of, not really there, but the sentiment hopefully is appreciated. Yeah. For the Australians, well, they would have been happy to go off. I'm sure that conversation was about, if you bowl the spinners, we'll stay on. Well, why would I bowl the spinners? I want to bowl my fast bowlers. I want Pat Cummins running in. Well, like the case we're going off. So off they went. And I don't think the Australians are unhappy about that. They've had a tough time since lunch. At lunch, I put Australia ahead in this contest. And South Africa just leading by 60, 3 wickets down. AB de Villiers looking rusty at best. But since that time, they've had their little scares, their moments, their close run-outs, close LBWs and plays and misses, but they've got away with it. And for the most part, they've played quite well, quite steadily, a bit more discipline than certainly what we saw in the first innings from South Africa. So that lead, just a single under 200. With 2 days to go and 7 wickets in hand, in the space of, 40 overs, the game has certainly turned very much towards South Africa.
Very much so. And already leading 1-0 in the series. Boy, oh boy, they are heading for 2-0. And a lot of soul-searching from the Australians after that.
Now, if you look at what's happened since lunch, really, I mean, the wickets, Pat Cummins got 2, Nathan Lyon 1. So the two rookies were the wicket takers. Mitchell Johnson, it's rarely bowled a threatening delivery. He beat the bat once with de Villiers late. Hard to think of another play and miss. Maybe with the new ball, he opened with that new ball. I think he may have got one past Smith's bat early on, but not really threatening. Peter Siddle's bustling away. I mean, he's bowling quite decently without any reward. Some good pace and a bit of movement, but probably not enough balls in the threatening zone at off stump, a few outside off stump, which de Villiers and Amla have been good enough to let go or shake off. So the worry for Australia is it's their 2 rookies who are really leading the attack. And on a third day pitch, it's still playing well and not spinning a great deal. Nathan Lyon bowled well on a pitch that was never going to give him too much. He certainly looks to have a pretty good head on those shoulders, and spinners always need that. So at the moment, with the players off, and this seems to happen the same time every day, I don't think the Aussies want to come back.
No, I think they'll be very happy to shelter in the rooms at the moment. The way this game is looking, and the way the weather's looking, gee, it looks pretty doubtful that the light would improve to allow them to come back on. The ground lights are taking over, and security staff and ground staff out on the field are throwing 4-way shadows everywhere. That's pretty much what it looked like last night when they finished for the day. So 3 for 229, South Africa. Amla 89 and de Villiers 70. Do you think we're picking on Mitch Johnson? His figures for the series, none for 26, 1 for 61, 1 for 67, and currently none for 77, which all adds up to about 2 for 231.
And these priors coming into this series, we're not picking on him. We're pointing out what's happening. I mean, we're not out there to pick on him. We're there to say this is how he's performing. This is we think why he is or why he's not. but just from a pure... I mean, Bowler's got to create opportunities. He's not doing that. We know when he swings the ball back in, he does. I've seen, 2 test matches where I've already seen 3 balls move in a little bit. And one of those got Smith out the first innings here, left the left-hander, but he's just not bowling enough balls in the zone to get wickets, and he's conceding it so many boundaries. International batsmen just playing differently than they used to a few years ago. They don't chase outside the off stump unless it's a genuine half volley. They let the ball go so often. So bowling across right-handers is no longer one of his weapons. And if you're not bringing the ball back in, it severely limits how you will get somebody out. You're not going to get right-handers bowled or LBW unless they play on, or it hits them on, hits them on the full on the toe, so it doesn't pitch outside leg stump. So you've got to work out how you're going to get wickets against good players on good wickets, on good decks. And you just quoted the figures, and I think those figures are indicative of how he's bowled. I don't think they do him a disservice. Am I being harsh there, mate? Or what?
No.
And sometimes you bowl well and you are unlucky. You have drop catches and things don't go your way. I mean, so far in this innings, it's Pat Cummins has been a bit unlucky. He's had that LBW turned down and a couple other plays and misses and a nick falling short of slip. He's the guy who's been a little unlucky, but he's also taken a couple of wickets. But I don't think Mitchell's been unlucky with his bowling, and we're not trying to be overcritical. We're not trying to find ways of criticising. We're just analysing how he's going about his job, and he's not creating many opportunities for wickets.
Right. Another thing that was said about this series leading up was that Australia had played test matches in Sri Lanka and they'd had a few games of cricket, and 5 of the South Africans hadn't even played first-class cricket for 11 months, let alone test cricket. But boy, have they come through it. Smith got 100 down in Cape Town. Amla's played a bit of cricket. De Villiers hadn't played any cricket, and he did his finger and didn't play in the limited overs games prior to the test matches, but he's top scored in the first innings and probably on his way to top scoring again the second.
Yeah, and if we go back to that press conference the day before the Newlands test match, and Michael Clarke said, look, we're prepared. We can't prepare any better. We're coming off test match cricket. Okay, we've played some one-dayers. We've had a tour game. We are ready to play. But when he said we, he wasn't including Pat Cummins in that. Pat Cummins was here to have a look around and be part of the squad. He really wasn't picked to play a test match, to be honest. So he's bowled quite well, but he fades away towards the end of the spell because he just hasn't played enough cricket. But the rest of the team, they've got no excuses for their preparation. But if you get bowled out for 47, you're not going to wear out the opposition bowlers.
That's right.
They have 25 overs in the field. What a fantastic way to finish a test match. It's less than a session, basically. And a part of a test series is the attrition that happens over the length of the series. Now, we've got a 2-match series, and we're all unhappy about that. But imagine if we were going to 3 here.
I know.
How would the Australian bowlers been looking? You couldn't play Johnson. Cummins might be too tired, and that's understandable given his lack of cricket and his age. Siddle's bowled well enough in the first inning. He's going okay. But you'd have to play Copeland and fly somebody in if we had a 3-test series. And that is not preparing your bowlers well enough.
Actually, Siddle does beat his head against a brick wall. And there was one ball that was 145 about an over or two ago, which is nearly his fastest ball of the series, I suppose. And with the state of the game and the number of overs he's bowled here, 17, not half a bad effort, but the fact is they're playing him apparently with ease.
Yeah, look, he'll always keep running in, but we also want him to create some opportunities. He's bowled outside off stump and hasn't conceded all that many runs, but he needs to bowl 6 inches closer because Amla in particular has been good enough to leave the threatening balls, the balls that often people play it outside off stump, and Amla's letting those go off Peter Siddle, and they are moving away from him, so you've just got to move your line over a little bit. Can't go too far or else they'll score off you through the leg side, and that's the essence of test cricket. You've got to have the control to do that, but we never doubt Peter Siddle's ticker or his fitness to be able to run in and do that sort of thing, but you need all 3 of your fast bowlers doing that. And of course, when I say all 3, Clarke's also missing a vital cog in the machine. Shane Watson is a vital cog in the bowling machine.
Just can't bowl.
For 12, 15 overs a day, and generally a wicket or 2, and well, as we found out at Cape Town, 5 for. But he is so important to them. If he was in this rotation now, all the bowlers get a bit of a rest, and particularly someone like Cummins. You can bowl in 4 over spells, and he can be the real attacking force. Watson at one end, they've had to use Hussey. Clarke's bowl, probably not enough. So Clark's tried to manipulate his bowling attack, and I think he's done a pretty good job from that point of view. But when you take a vital cog like Watson completely off your bowling lineup, it just puts so much stress on the other guys when they aren't bowling that well. I mean, so Johnson's not in the game really.
Yeah.
If he was bowling at his top, well, it's a different game, but he's just about bowling at his bottom. And
Harris is a strike bowler, and his injury got Cummins a game, and it's been exciting to see the youngster get a game and take some wickets. But you go back to Cape Town, and it was Harris and Watson who were the main bowlers. And
yeah.
We haven't got them.
Yeah, I mean, in sort of medium to long term, the Harris thing's disturbing because he has been the best bowler, but we can't get consecutive test matches out of him. He bowls outswing at 140. Imagine if you had 3 guys doing that, or a good left-hander. Unfortunately, I don't know what the news is on Doug Bollinger's injury. Maybe Julian might have some info for that.
New South Wales and Queensland playing on Sunday at the Gabba, but Doug's not playing.
Yeah, I just wondered what the injury was, and was it just a short-term one, or was it?
He might be looking
at months. So all I know is he's injured. Well, because he's an important cog. If Johnson's going to be out, I think he should be. I mean, Bollinger's the go-to man there. Left-hand swing, 145. Had a terrific last 2 years in Test cricket. So there's a replacement for a left-hander straight away. So they've got a few problems, the Aussies. Having said all that, mate, I hope they come out tomorrow and take a bundle of wickets, and I'm not going to dispel that,
because this series has had so many.
Yeah, it's just a 200. You could chase 300 here. If you take 7 for 100 tomorrow, and that's very possible. You got to chase 300 in 5 sessions. It's a possible thing to do. So I'm certainly not writing Australia off and out of this Test match quite yet, but they have got some medium. Well, short term it's Watson problem. Medium term is probably, and short term is probably Johnson. Then you got the medium term of the Harris injury, the Bollinger injury. The new selectors have got some questions to be asked.
Good luck, one and all.
It's Jonathan Agnew.
And Alison Mitchell here.
The Ashes are coming.
And so are we. What do you reckon Glenn McGrath will predict this year, Aggers?
Well, he'll be tediously predictable and go 5-0 again, but I don't think that's going to be the case this time.
Download the ABC Listen app and get ready for the Ashes.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
From the archives.
You're listening to Australia taking on South Africa in Johannesburg in the second test in 2011.
Shane, well batted yesterday. Terrific partnership.
It was, yeah. It was nice for me and Phil to finally be able to put a really good partnership together. I've actually been getting out on him over the last few test matches, so it was nice to be able to stay with him and build a good start. That's really what we're there for as openers, to be able to set the platform, and unfortunately we weren't really able to capitalise on our start, but it was nice to be able to finally put in a good partnership with Phil.
And you look as though you might need another one.
Yes, I know it's looking that way at the moment. We felt we're in a really good position with getting three fairly early wickets. But Hashim Amla and AB de Villiers have batted nicely, and mean that it's looking more and more like it's going to be a big chase. So hopefully, we can make some inroads tomorrow morning, like we're hoping this afternoon. But hopefully we can make a few inroads and reduce the total that we're going to chase as much as we can.
Well, wickets have fallen in a bunch this series, so you've got to do it tomorrow morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's how the series has gone so far. So, there's no doubt that, once we get one wicket, we've seen throughout this series so far that the wickets do fall and can fall very quickly. We hope that is the case because, I suppose we don't want to be batted out of the game as well. So, hopefully that will happen.
Now, it looks as though you've been managing your own time on the field. So that you can open the innings in the second innings. Is that how you see it?
Yeah, it has been. Yeah, to try and get as much ice and treatment on my hamstring as much as I can and time it. So I do also make sure I open the batting as well, because I know how important it is to be able to try and set another platform again. So just managing as well as I possibly can.
Not a chance you can bowl?
Unfortunately, no. If I could have, I definitely would have been bowling today, but. It's very unfortunate, especially on day one, to strain a hamstring. It's very, very disappointing with all the preparation that you put in for it to happen on day one. But Michael's been very understanding of a not such a good situation bowling wise anyway. But hopefully I can contribute again in the second innings with the bat.
So with the New Zealand series hot on our heels, how does that place you for the Australian summer?
Yeah, well, I haven't had any scans done yet, so after this test finishes, I'll be getting scans done to see the extent of what it is. But hopefully, it doesn't put me out for too long leading into the summer. I'm not exactly sure what the scans are going to reveal, but I can't see it being too big of a strain anyway, that it's going to put me out for 6 weeks or anything like that. So hopefully it's just a couple of weeks that it'll mean that I'll be able to play as a batsman hopefully straight away.
So you can still bat tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely. I was able to run without it looking too embarrassing between wickets. Yeah, and also it helps having a fast outfield. So. But that was what I was worried about, of how how I was actually going to be able to fare running out there. So I felt like it wasn't too bad, but you don't want to keep going to test matches like that.
Can I just ask you, what's the feeling in the dressing room? Was Amla LBW today?
Which one?
We reviewed it, and the ball looked as though more than half the ball was hitting the stumps. Were you squealing inside?
Not really. I actually, from where I was at first slip, I thought it was actually a fraction high. But obviously Hawkeye showed it, sort of giving it the umpire's call on the height. So it's just one of those things. In the end, the DRS is there to, I suppose, to get rid of the really bad decisions. And in the end, that's that one's I suppose a fine one. It just depends on what the umpires feel at the time. So like, I wasn't actually, it was disappointed not to be able to get the wicket, no doubt, because it would have been it is a very important wicket. But as I said, DRS is there, I suppose not for those ones exactly, there for the ones that are definitely not out. If you nicked it on your pad or pitched outside leg or something like that, it's not really for one of those, I wouldn't think.
Well, bad light stopped play, but about 20 minutes later it was raining. Now there's thunder and lightning. We better get out of here.
We better, yeah, it's a good idea. Thanks, Drew.
It'd be a nightmare picking the team at the moment as to who you've got available to pick the squad from. Now, they might be looking for some new blokes to force their way in, to have some new blood along with a new selection committee, but who's fit? I mean, really, Watson, it doesn't sound as though he'll be fit to bowl at the start of the Australian summer. And, of course, we've got Rhino as well. And they were our two best bowlers in Cape Town. We're threadbare at the moment.
Dougie Bollinger's got a hammy. And would they pick Watson if he couldn't bowl? I mean, he batted okay here in the first innings. He moved, we thought, at 95% probably, and certainly not discomforted by the hammy. But would they pick him for that first test if they weren't convinced he could get through the match? Particularly given we've got a new selection panel that might be a little tougher on people who've gone into games with niggles in the past.
They might. It'll be a very interesting selection for New Zealand, and there have been a few people making calls that you could make the odd experiment, bring some new blood in because it's only New Zealand. But I'd be a bit worried about New Zealand at the moment.
No, I think the new selection panel have got to pick their best side for that game, and that's you've got a starting point. The line's been well and truly drawn in the centre. We'll be up to 2 more days cricket here, although, I'm slightly optimistic Australia can still do something. Might be different by lunchtime. If they can't take 4 or 5 wickets this session, the game and the series will be gone. But
we're just getting set to bowl the first ball of the 4th day here at the Wanderers in Johannesburg. And the youngster, Pat Cummins, who has pretty much dominated the attack, and they've relied on him a great deal. He is going to bowl the first over of the day. It is overcast. What happens is the sun will burn the cloud off, and we'll probably get sunshine later, but we're going to start with no shadows, and then later on we'll probably get the obligatory storm. But we have all been scratching our heads wondering why cricket wouldn't even start at about 9:30 here, because it's the best weather of the day.
And they don't have daylight saving.
No.
And that's all it would take. Flip the clock back an hour and away you go.
Yep.
However, Pat Cummins has got a challenge. How will he pull up here on day 4? He's not used to consecutive days of cricket, and he has been leading the attack, as Drew said, with Mitchell Johnson very disappointing again. Peter Siddle, his usual stuff, brave, consistent, but not being able to get a breakthrough.
It's a long haul for them now. Cummins bowls, and he reaches for it and is caught at second slip. Tremendously bowled by the youngster, and the ball flew high, and the catch taken overhead by Ponting, and De Villiers departs the scene, and Pat Cummins has done it again for Australia on Test debut.
Good pace, swinging away enough. Nice sharp catch too.
Michael Clark taking the catch.
going at pace head high. It just does show you how quickly Pat Cummins gets it through. But I'm going to put a bit of that down to the pressure build at the other end as well. There was just a single off that Johnson over. It was one of his better ones, and the single came through. Not a bad ball, but the field being a deep square leg fence rather than mid-wicket saving one. And then he bowled 5 good balls. The 2 bounces, good stuff at off stump. A little bit of pressure building. And these days in modern cricket, it's not hard to build pressure because batsmen try to score all the time. They want to hit falls all the time. We see it so often. The patience and the discipline of Test cricket in days gone by just isn't there.
Henry, we need to take a lot of wickets here. The first wicket has taken us only 8 runs. It's come in the first 20 minutes of play, so this is encouraging for the Australians. And who's made the breakthrough but the youngster Pat Cummins, who has 3 for the innings. Well bowled.
Yeah, and he's always the guy likely to take a wicket. And it's great to see, even with this old ball, what are we, 73 overs in, that Pat Cummins is still getting catches to slip. And he's still swinging it away a bit. It's going normal, not reverse. He still bowls at pace and he gets that length right. And that extra pace, and he's the 144, 145 mark. That's what brings you the edges against good players. Not 135 or 137. So you get over 140 with a bit of movement. Now let's see what we've got with, oh no, we're just going to look at the field placement here.
I thought we were going to get 3 slips, but we're not.
Please. Here's a guy bowling quick and moving it. We've got 2 slips and a gully. New batsman. Need to take a wicket.
Cummins bowls to Prince. Right on the pads. Oh, was there a bit of bat in that?
2 noises. It swung into him. Nice and full.
We did see a bit of Prince in the first innings. He made 50, but you've got to get stuck in right from the word go. That probably pitch outside leg stump as well.
It's just bounced a bit.
But we've got Ponting has gone to square leg. Strange position. Any danger of a short leg for a new batsman? 3 slips.
2 slips. The guy's bowling quick. He's fresh. It's coming out well. There's 2 men back. Fine leg and deep backward square.
Cummins bowls. Prince forward. Didn't find the middle of the bat that time. And it runs down to mid on to Khawaja.
Okay, so he's moving it into the right-hander at pace, into the left-hander at pace. Yeah, short leg. For bat pad, you can move him a bit straighter because the ball's maybe a little older, a little less bounce, but bat pad is the spot. Where Ponting is 10 metres, 12 metres from the bat, it's there for the clip off the toes. Now that's okay because he might clip it off the toes, but if he's defending it, it won't get to there.
Siddle bowls, Amla plays and gets a boundary, and that's his 100. A celebration for Hashim Amla. He just quietly, he's not being very demonstrative. Now he raises his bat, takes off his helmet and acknowledges the applause. He gets an embrace from Ashwell Prince. A wonderful 100 to Hashim Amla. He's the rock in this innings, and he's got there for the 14th time in Test cricket. And of course the 2nd in this series. Well played.
He got there handsomely too, didn't he?
Yeah.
That was a good knock. Especially under the pressures. Him and A.B. de Villiers really complemented each other quite well.
Siddle bowls again, a wild bouncer down the leg side, and Haddon heads off like the Manchester United goalie to grab it before it went for byes. And Siddle bowls once more, and he's back getting an awkward ball. He wants a single. There's going late. There's a run out on here. Ponting comes in and breaks the stumps, and Prince has run out. They stopped, they started, they went, they dithered, and Prince was never coming. Ponting realised what was on as he picked the ball up. I think if they'd gone straight away, they probably would have made 1, but they didn't. And it's a horrible, horrible run out of Prince for 2, and it's a wicket wasted for South Africa. Some joy for Australia. 5 for 249. Fanie, I'll leave it with you, and Drew's coming in.
And Mark Boucher at the wicket earlier than he wanted to be. This morning, South Africa have lost 2 wickets for 20, and the Australians probably had to take the last 7 for about 100 or a bit less. They might be on target, Fanie.
No, they're on target, absolutely, and the wicket plays perfectly. Still, there's a lot of grass covering on that pitch. I was out there this morning, and you can still score a good total of runs on this pitch. There's no way that you should get bowled out for less than 250. Silly run out. Absolute stupid.
5 for 249. Cummins bowls, pitching up, and Amler drives into short cover.
Drew, isn't it strange how the game changes suddenly if somebody's in the 90s, or the nervous 90s as we call it? Suddenly there's singles in play. That's never really in play in Test cricket. The guys we criticise from a commentative point of view, there's an easy single. Then that's another. They should have been 2. In actual fact, there should have been 3 runs taken for that delivery. And we're right. And suddenly, if somebody's in the 90s, run out and panic, and it's just absolutely silly, isn't it? Funny old game.
Amlar's got his ton. He's 103, and he defends this next ball back to the bowler.
And the fact is, the better fielding sides in the world capitalises on that. The better fielding sides creates pressures. The better captains, in actual fact, creates pressures. We've just been talking about the sweeper that was out when Amla was on 98, 97. The sweeper should have come in already at that stage. The last 5 runs to 100, the field should really be in. Should really be capitalising on the little bit of chance, the little bit of a pressure that's created. And not too many captains capitalise on that. And in actual fact, not too many fielding sides in the world capitalise on that.
Johnson bowls at the start of a new over and is cut for 4.
Yeah, that was a giveaway. A run outside off stump, short delivery that shouldn't have been bowled to a new batsman. Short delivery, yes, towards slips, but not that wide. It was just helped on.
Near Mildura.
Here's Johnson. He's caught behind. He pushed at that. He's got the edge. Amla's out. Johnson at last gets a wicket in this innings. An angled ball. Amla followed it and nicked it low and hadn't took the catch. So Amla's out for 105. Some joy for Mitchell Johnson at last. It was a pretty good ball, and he's bowled a lot the better today. And that's 6 for 260. Australia in the test match with a lead of 230. Yes, Mitchell Johnson striking at last in his 23rd over. 1 for 91. 6 for 260. South Africa have lost 3 for 31 today, Geoff.
Australia are back in this. We said at the start of play that if they could get 5 or 6 wickets this session and go to lunch, well, even keeping that lead to almost 300, because we've look at the scoring rates have been so high that they'd still be with a little bit of a chance, but they're in a significant chance now. The lead's just 230. The bowling's been good this morning. We've got this overcast conditions which helped the swing. Australia well and truly back in this test match.
Now Johnson to the new man, it's the Philander, and he's on the back foot playing away towards cover where it's fielded by Ponting. But what's been the difference with Johnson today? Why has he been more effective, controlling the game more?
Well, he's the one who's conceded most runs. He hasn't been that much more effective. It's really been Cummins' attacking power that's really put the pressure on. Johnson's been a little bit tighter, but it's really been mostly Siddle and Cummins.
Well, it looks like Lyon's clearly taken a wicket here. Boucher drove, hit the ground and hit the ball and nicked it straight to Watson at slip. Didn't seem to be any problem there. Sorry we lost you, but something crept out of the ether and the power disappeared. But they're reviewing this. They're going upstairs. I mean, it's the most obvious out you've ever seen, isn't it? What's the problem?
I can't see anything wrong with this. I mean, this is...
They're going through hot spot.
Are they wondering about whether he's hit it first and it's bounced?
Well, it's pitched and it's bounced and it's hit the edge and it's gone straight to slip. Come on, Billy, on with the show. That has to be out.
Listening to his...
I'm listening to Billy Doctrove upstairs. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I think that's out, isn't it? Yes, it is. Up goes the finger. It was so out. Anyway, it's now 7. And Australia really coming back well this morning. Boucher's on his way. Caught Watson. Bowled Lyon for 13. A huge wicket again.
Yeah, Nathan Lyon's come on. Probably the main reason was give the fast bowlers a bit of a rest. We've just talked about the second new balls being due, but get him on for a couple, see if he can keep it tight and give the guys a bit more of a rest. But he's picked up well, it's not a bonus week. It was a nice piece of bowling with one floated away from Boucher. Boucher not showing a lot of respect for the delivery, reaching out to drive. It's just this modern penchant for playing lots of shots, not being circumspect with deliveries. And Boucher playing well away from his body. Got the one that drifted. Nice. Good catch from Watson, who's standing quite close at slip and right on the line of the return crease. It flew straight at him. He made a very nice catch of it because it was going reasonably quick. And I would think the heart rates will be going up in the South African dressing room after beginning the morning. A nice comfortable position, a bit of work to do, but another 100 sees you're pretty much in the clear. They find themselves, what's that, Jim? That's 4
for 37
this morning, yeah. And some good Australian bowling. They've kept it tight, they've kept the pressure on. It's been a really good performance from the Aussies this morning.
And they don't want them to have a tail wag here, because there's balls moving around, and you can bet Steyn, Philander, Morkel are going to be a problem for Australia. So the lead is just 236. But on the evidence of this morning's play, they'll take some getting. So Lyons made the break. He comes in, he bowls to Steyn, and Steyn drives off the edge. It's going down to third man, and it'll race away to the golf course end for 4, I would think. Siddle dives in vain. He can't stop it. And it's a very chancy 4 to Steyn. He lunged at that ball wide of the off stump, and he got away with a thick outside edge, wide of slip to the boundary for 4. Cummins pitches down the leg side, and it goes for 4 byes. Yeah, Haddon couldn't get to that. It's wides.
Oh,
well, that's a tough call, Billy.
Ridiculous call.
Billy, what are you doing? That was just outside his pads, and it kept going. You're guessing badly there, man. Really. We can see a replay here. It's just outside the line of the leg stump. Well,
it swung.
It swung after going, but there you go. He reckons they're wides, and that's what they'll be. 5 wides, and the 300 comes up at 7 for 302. Yeah.
He called one wide yesterday off a shortish, wideish one from, I think it was Siddle or Cummins. It was very hittable. The batsman let it go, and you just got to get in the game. You don't want that style of umpiring in international cricket.
Johnson bowls, and Steyn edges and is dropped. Dropped by Clark at second slip. It flew very quickly off the bat, and it's crashed through Clark's hands, and they've actually come back for 2.
Yeah, he had to kind of jump up. It's high above his head, but he had full hands to it. He's a bit unlucky. It's a new ball. It's Johnson bowling at 140 k's an hour. He played a big shot. It normally comes off the bat so much quicker. It actually ripped his hands open when he did hit him. Normal test cricket. It should be taken. He's not the tallest guy either.
Johnson unlucky on this occasion. Poked on the offside. Oh, Philander backed up a long way, but no chance for Ponting to throw to the bowler's end.
You see, the fact is, tail enders goes for teasers. Tail enders, if you bowl a wide delivery outside off stump, they are going to go for it. You only need to bowl 1 or 2 balls that's short of a length that makes them defend. And believe me, they're looking for a full shot somewhere.
That is over in lunch, as we heard from the umpire. What a session. A good one for Australia, but it could have been so much better. They took 4 quick wickets, but this partnership has put on 48 just before lunch. It's 7 for 314.
That must be frustrating. That's absolutely frustrating for tailenders to put a total on like that on the board, especially if you need to keep the runs down.
Steyn is 20, Philander is 23, just Morkel and Tahir to come. The men out prior to lunch, De Villiers caught Clark, bowled Cummins 73, Prince run out 2, Amla caught Haddon, bowled Johnson 105, and Boucher caught Watson, bowled Lyon 13. The Australian bowling figures: Johnson 30 overs, 1 for 101, Cummins 26 overs, 3 for 65, Siddle 25 overs, none for 60, Lyon 16 overs, 2 for 57, Hussey 5 overs for 14, Clark 2 overs for 2, and Ponting 1 over for 8 runs. Fanie, De Villiers. It's been an intriguing test match. I've loved the combination of getting a bowling lesson and getting your expert comments.
I loved the bit on tackling like Atherton much more. I still dislike him.
That was my highlight of the pre-lunch session.
And I think everybody dislikes him. He just doesn't know it, does he?
You're talking to an audience. They get stuck into the poms out in Australia. Don't you worry about that.
Funny enough, just to tell you a little story quickly, I actually got Atherton walking into this commentary area that the previous series he played against England, and he didn't greet anybody. So I said to him, "Good morning, Mr. Atherton." And he said, "Oh, I'm just looking." I said, "Don't talk shit. You didn't want to say hello to us." in this country, if you walk into a building and there's people standing, you greet first. Otherwise, don't come back here. And he turned around and he walked away. And all my mates are saying to me, why did you do that? I said, this oak's been an absolute idiot for 4 days and everybody allows him to be and everybody's sucking up to him. Let's tell him to wee off rather, you know. Typical Australia attitude, I reckon. Not just South African attitude.
I'm going to wrap you up before you go further. Fanie, magnificent to listen to you. There it is, lunch on day 4, 7 for 314. I bet that's kept people awake in Australia.
So Cummins has this newish ball after lunch down at the Corlett drive end where he's been bowling so well. And the first ball's a bouncer. And he's nicked it, has he? There's an appeal. The finger hasn't gone up. There's no reviews left. They're all excited. And he's given him out.
Wow.
He's given him out. Philander standing there. Well, he can review it if he doesn't think it's out.
Yeah.
Now, this will be interesting. Billy took forever. That was slower than Steve Buckner. That was bouncing outside the off stump. He parried at it. He's either gloved it or it's come off his shirt or something else. All the Australians were up. And Billy sort of replayed it a few times in his mind. Perhaps he thought he was the third umpire again. And then eventually his crooked finger went up. We're seeing a replay here because the South Africans have gone for a review. And let's see what happens. It goes through. Ooh, what did it hit? His shirt or his glove? May have hit his arm, his back arm there. This will be interesting.
Well, we'll have to go for hot spot here. It's obviously hit something. There's been a noise on the way through. There's a huge appeal. And I thought, Billy, what's he doing? He's done nothing. It's be out of frame.
It's out of frame for us, the hot spot.
Is that out of frame for hot spot viewers?
Well, it might be. We're getting this head-on shot of the ball going close to the edge. Ooh, what did it hit?
Hit his right
thumb, yeah. But the hot spot seems to be out of range on the replay. And you can't tell from side on looking at that. If there's a deflection, you get the feeling it's probably a little bit of glove or something. But the review must come up with evidence that says it's not out. If it doesn't, the umpires call him in, he's out. It's very close to the top hand going through. Has it just flicked his thumb?
I think he's just nicked his thumb on his bottom hand.
On his bottom hand. Was his bottom hand on the bat? As he plays at it.
There.
Yeah, well, it's close to something, and I don't think Philander's going to be getting good news here because the hot spot appears to be out of range, and that's the decisive bit of information you can add to the pictures that we can see.
And I'm looking for other things like, did it hit his shirt? Okay, ball's nowhere near his shoulder or his shirt.
Billy's coming back into position here. Billy Doctorow is still examining these slow-mos. A short lifting ball.
Pretty good delivery.
Yeah, first up ball after lunch. It was a ripper. And we keep getting this. What did it nick? Bit of glove. The ball just seemed to change direction a tad. Now Billy's getting some information from his mate Billy Doctorow. He's already given him out. Remember that. So he needs some evidence to the contrary to give him not out. So what's he hearing from Doctorow? From what we could see, a hot spot was no good. It was out of range. The ball bounced too much for hot spot to be able to pick it up. He's out. So
he's not happy.
No. It's a big wicket for Australia. And the crowd, they're voicing their protest at what they think is a decision that's unfairly gone against South Africa. But it's 8 for 314. The first ball after lunch, climbing at Philander. He may well have got a little bit of glove on it. And despite the review, he's out. Caught Haddon, bowled Cummins, 23. That's 4 wickets for Cummins. And some applause for Philander. A fine partnership of 48 for stalling the Australian bowlers.
It's a fascinating dismissal in so many ways. And one, Billy Bounds takes so long to give it out. But the evidence none of us saw was what he heard.
Yeah.
So there must have been a noise going past. I mean, it was an absolutely confident appeal. Billy must have heard the noise and then had to think about what did that hit. Had a long think about it. Decided that it didn't hit his shoulder, it hit bat or glove on the way through. And then unfortunately we didn't get the hot spot. That would have been the definitive piece of information. But we're only looking at a little screen here. I'm thinking it hit his right thumb on the way past. That's the only noise it could have. It doesn't hit him on the shoulder. There's no other way a noise could come. So I can't tell you definitively, but on balance, it probably hit him on the thumb. So I think that's probably the right decision. But Vernon was pretty unhappy when he walked off, and generally you can't you can't argue with the video evidence, but the video evidence wasn't strong either way.
But it's amazing, isn't it? There's an infinitesimal millimetre of contact there, if that. Compare that to the one that was hitting the stumps yesterday, knocking off the bails. That was probably more out than that, but here comes Cummins to bowl, and he bowled him all over the place. Morkel has been Yorked, and Cummins has 5 on debut, and he's on a hat-trick. Well, what a ball first up. It cleaned out Morkel, and that is a thrilling wicket for any fast bowler. Right up in the block hole, it's zeroed in, and Cummins has Yorked him. He beat him on the full, actually. Morkel was nowhere in the vicinity.
What a superb performance by a young man on debut. 18 years of age, Australia's second youngest debutant. He's got 5. He's been the absolutely dominant bowler of this second innings. He has led this attack. Astonishing things for one so young. He's picked up Philander with a short fast ball, and he's picked up Morkel with a Yorker. 2 completely different changes of length. And maybe Morne was looking for the short ball because he was beaten by it was a full toss. It bounced before the stumps in the end, but it was a full toss going past the bat.
We're just back on that one of Philander. I think TV's come up with some audio evidence that it nicked his right thumb, for what it's worth. I mean, he's out for 23. Well, we can't go over it much more than that, and Billy probably got it right. But now Cummins can finish off the innings with a hat-trick. He could join Damien Fleming as a fast bowler on debut to take a hat-trick, which Damien did in Pakistan in 1994. So Cummins has taken all before him here with a sensational performance, and Imran Tahir comes out. The lead is 284. That's what it was at lunch. It hasn't changed. We've had 2 dramatic balls in this game.
Well, I hope we don't have a deep point for the hat-trick ball. Imran Tahir, he's had a very brief test career, long first-class career. Average is just under double figures. He didn't look too flash with the blade down at Cape Town.
Another one of those might get the hat-trick.
I think that's the place to go. I don't think I'll be going short. I'm going full and swinging.
4 slips. What about a gully? Yeah, come on.
Get them all in. We've got third man for.
Get them all in. So Cummins is on a hat-trick in his debut test match. 9 for 314. Cummins comes in. Tahir is just digging it out. He had his shovel out there to keep that ball out of his stumps. It was right up in the block hole, maybe just outside the line, but he watched the ball. That's the thing you have to do, of course, when you're batting, and he dug it out. But Cummins has 5 for 65. Gee, it was a good ball.
The feet going towards square leg and the bat going towards point. You should get half a bat on it.
Wow, what a maiden test performance this is. Thrilling stuff. And he could finish with 6 for.
Cummins bowls, and an edge, and taken behind. Haddon dives to his right and low, and it's all over. And Pat Cummins on debut has taken 6 for 79. The youngest bowler ever for Australia in Test cricket, and he has arrived on the scene like a meteor. All out 339 South Africa.
What a superb performance from Patrick Cummins. The guys out at Penrith Cricket Club, they'll be having an extra drink tonight. Be a bit late there. After cricket on a Sunday, they'll be celebrating the young man's performance. Selected on potential and has delivered. And where would Australia be without him in this test match? Dale Steyn toe-ending a swipe for Brad Haddon to take a diving catch in front of first slip. So a very handy 41 from Dale Steyn comes to a conclusion against the fast bowler. 29 overs, 5 maidens, 6 for 79. Wonderful, wonderful stuff.
Remarkable figures. for Pat Cummins. So it's 310 to win for Australia. And we're just into the middle session of day 4. We haven't got to stumps yet, so I doubt we will today or tomorrow. Is 310 possible? They'll need to break the all-time record here for the Wanderers ground, because Australia won here in 2006, losing 8 wickets and winning with 294. That's the record. They'll need to boost that up to 310 if they're to win here. Wonder how he'll go up here in the Highveld. First ball of the innings outside the off stump to Watson, who shoulders arms and lets it go. And this is worth pointing out that Shane Watson managed his time on the field well enough to allow him to open the innings, because if he hadn't spent enough time out there, he was going to have to bat down the order.
Yeah, first session yesterday was spent off the field, the whole of the first session, and he came back for the second. And of course they had a shortened third thanks to the local weather. And all of this morning he was on.
3 slips, 2 gullies, Philander bowls, and Watson bowled him. He tried to let it go, and it knocked over the off stump. Out second ball.
Unbelievable. First ball was an outswinger that Watson watched very closely, made a late decision to leave. It was a good start from Philander. I'll wait for a replay, but that may well have come back a long way off the seam. In fact, I'll tell you right now, it swings away. It doesn't do too much. Just maybe straightens back off the seam a fraction and then hit off stump hard. So Graham Smith feeling very happy with himself right now that he's open with Vernon Philander. Australia 1 for none.
Khawaja's out there. His first ball. Philander comes up to bowl to him, and he plays him with a punch down the ground for 4. Now that quietens the crowd who are in the bull ring. Well, there were the bulls outside the bull ring watching the bulls in the bull ring after Philander's wicket. But a very nice stroke from Khawaja to start proceedings, and Australia make a recovery. They're 1 for 4. And the Philander comes up and bowls. An edge, a second slip out. Callis takes the catch. Another dangle on the angle from Hughes. And Callis adds to his huge collection of wickets in the slips. Philander has 2. And Australia 2 for 19. Hughes caught Callis at second slip for 11.
Oh, isn't that fate? We're just talking about it. First ball he went hard at it and hit. That one went a little softer at it, but that is Villiers' strength and weakness, and it's brought his downfall. Outside off stump, maybe a little extra bounce with his second new ball. Oh, well, second innings new ball. And a pretty straightforward one to Jack Callis. This game's moving quickly.
Very quickly. Too quickly for Australia's liking. There's plenty of overs left today if they get through them. 53. And at this rate of progress, Australia could be bowled out this afternoon unless someone gets in, some bodies get in and build a partnership. And here's a moment in the game. Ricky Ponting, with a brilliant record, is coming out. Is his career at a close? Will this be a valedictory knock? It must be close to time for one of Australia's great players. The question, of course, beyond this game is how do you improve the side without him? Well, I think if he misses out again, they'll be thinking that it is time to move on. So in terms of the game, his career, well, just the fascination of watching the match.
All over the above. I don't think he would have liked to be in the third over. I don't think that was really a preferred option. Maybe the 43rd over with about 150 to win.
He's on a pair. He was out leg before to Stain, third ball in the first innings. Everyone goes quiet. They know that the next few minutes could be the most crucial of the game. Philander then on his way. First ball to Ponting and he leaves. Good ball outside the off stump. That fizzed through and left him, and he showed good judgment not to play it. But there's plenty happening for the bowlers here. They picked up 2 wickets. Watson not offering, lost the top of his off pole for a duck, and Hughes forever flirtatious outside the off stump, snicked to Callis, and he was out for 11. It's 2 for 19. They need 310.
That was a fairly handy rock to get first up. But based on the evidence of one ball, I think that was a terrific lead. It was a good late decision. I think he saw the ball well. It was in the danger zone. First thought play, second thought very quickly after leave.
So Steyn starts his second over with 3 slips into gully. He runs in, he bowls to Khawaja, who turns off the pad. Maybe nicked a pad and it trickled towards Imran Tahir out there at square leg. The light's still blazing away, but the natural light is very good. More of Steyn around the wicket. Khawaja forward, checked up, pushing, getting a single as Philander comes in, throws, misses the stumps from mid-on. The 50's up for Australia. 2 for 50. Khawaja 22. And Ponting will be facing Steyn on 14. Almost cleaned up Ian Gould. He was doing the right thing. The umpire normally goes to the side of the wicket where the ball has been hit. But often he gets in the line of fire, as Gould did then. And he very nearly got picked off.
And the players are marching off towards the rooms for tea. It is 2 for 64 in a gripping test match. Not out at tea. Ponting 23 and Khawaja 26. Wicket taker for South Africa. Philander with 2 for 19.
I think the boys have bowled well this morning, or this session. The South Africans really came out here trying to bowl as quickly as they could. They couldn't get the pace that you guys generated. All 3 of bowlers were bowling with the old ball and the new ball in the 140s. We couldn't. It's as if we're a little bit more drained than your fast bowlers. But it was a good session. It's a session definitely that belongs to South Africa more than Australia.
So you've promoted a test series between Australia and South Africa. We've worked that out. You've burnt England and half of their population.
No, not
and
half. We should go actually 3/4.
And we've got a great test match on our hands. And Fanie, always enjoyable to share the microphone with you. Tremendous stuff. And we're going to leave you here and take a little cup of tea, and we'll be back after the tea break. But what a game of cricket we have. Earlier on today, we saw South Africa all out for 339 after they resumed at 3 for 229. De Villiers 73, Prince 2, Amla 105, Boucher 13, Philander 23, Morkel the first bowler, Steyn 41. And for Australia, Pat Cummins on debut, 6 for 79. Fantastic for him. And this test match is alive and well. 246 to win. 4 sessions remain in the test. 8 wickets in hand for Australia.
So here's Callis. He comes in and Ponting is going on the back foot and taking him through the onside, through mid-wicket. They've got a deep mid-wicket on the Ponting pull. And that's Imran Tahir. 2 for 65. So who's the most likely bowler for South Africa to get a break here? Anyone?
Well, Steyn or Morkel, they bowled pretty well.
Not the wristy?
Well, he just bowled that one over.
That
was all right too. A little bit of turn there, wasn't it? Will they persist with him after tea, or was that the one over before tea business?
Might be worth it. He gets that wrong and going. Now Callis moves to Khawaja. Khawaja plays square of the wicket on the offside, and there's a gap there for him to go through for a single. 2 for 66. Khawaja 27, Ponting 24. South Africa bowled out eventually for 339. Some excitement from Steyn, hitting, slogging, missing. 2 sixes out for 41. But Pat Cummins, that's the name that all Australians will be starting to think about in terms of a potentially great fast bowler. You don't want to go too early on these things, but at 18, 6 for 79 in your first test, and you've out-bowled everyone else by a mile. There's something to work on. Morkel's coming in, Khawaja's back, he's turning it off the hip. It's bouncing away down towards fine leg, and it will be cut off by Philander. I think a couple of leg byes there to bring up the Australian 100. Yes, 2 for 100. Well, there are a few appreciative fans there for Australia's little landmark on their way to attempting to knock off this total. 2 for 100. Morkel, he gets bounce. He's dangerous. If he gets it right near that off stump, there will be the chance of a nick. He comes up to Khawaja. Khawaja gets a wide delivery, and a wide is called. down the pitch. Khawaja clips it down to mid-on and goes for a quick single and gets there, and it's gone through everyone, overthrows, and that will be a 5. A flat return coming in from Smith wide of the stumps. Boucher couldn't get it, Callis couldn't get it. A bonus of 5. 2 for 115.
Callis is looking like a very angry chocolate now.
It was a poor throw. It was on the floor and wide. Yeah. And that's a 50 to Khawaja as a result of the overthrows. 50 from 95 balls. Well done, Usman Khawaja. Morkel again, and Ponting is forward to take it out to cover. They go for a quick single. Amler comes in and the shies at the stumps. A direct hit. They're all going up. You'll probably have a replay. Khawaja looked to be home. Doesn't seem to be too much concern from him. But a direct hit always excites the chance of a run out. And invariably the umpires, even though their eyes may be telling them, well, it's close, he's probably in, they go upstairs, and we're seeing the little underarmour here. Yeah, he's well in. It's in by 2 feet when the ball hit the stumps. And there's the 50. That first 50 for some time for Ricky Ponting. And a very good 50. Crowd are going to be disappointed. Not out. Clearly not out. 2 for 134, Greg. And there's a bit of anticipation there on the television. They've got it 3 for 134. But
where did that come from?
I don't know. Someone's hit the wrong button. Ponting, his 57th Test 50. Can he turn it into an epic 100? Khawaja back on strike, and Morkel around the wicket towards him, and he pushes away to the onside down to mid-on and gallops through for another single. So they seem to have a good understanding, and they're running between the wickets. And Khawaja doing a good job. Gets more applause from Ponting. 50 from 102 balls with 6 fours.
And again, only the minimal celebration from Ponting, an acknowledgement of the dressing room and to the small sections of the crowd that were applauding. He's been to 50 many, many times before, but he's got bigger fish to fry today. Hasn't been to 50 for a while, though. Just on a year.
Yeah. Now they've got the score right. 2 for 135. They had the numbers going the wrong way around. Praying for the run out, but it was well in. Morkel bowling, and it's left by Ponting outside that off stump. 2 for 135. Australia need 310. As I say, they're looking good at the moment. But tomorrow we might have some cloud cover and the ball moving around. It's not doing very much at this stage, and Graham Smith will be wondering where he can get a wicket from. He's hoping the wristy will produce a wicket-taking ball, a wrong-un or something just to deceive the batsman. But so far, they've looked to be in control.
Come over, Imran.
I don't have figures in front of me, but Ponting's strike rate in this innings is just less than a run for every 2 balls, which I would have thought would have been slow for him. But just shows how much attention he's paying and care he's putting into this innings.
Now he's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, and it's over pitched again from Imran Tahir, and it's clipped out to deep mid-wicket by Khawaja, and he goes to 64. Just can't keep the pressure on. And Ponting keeps looking to get down the pitch and drive him. 1 or 2 wrong-uns he hasn't appeared to have read, but he just can't keep control of his length. He comes in and he bowls to Ponting, who's down the pitch and driving through the covers away towards the boundary. It'll be cut off just inside the boundary there by Philander. Knocked it down, picks it up, and they'll get a 3rd run as a result of the fumble and not the clean pickup. But again, Ponting easily measured off Imran Tahir, using his feet beautifully. 3 more runs. What a good player of spin bowling. He's 53. It's 2 for 139. Khawaja to face. Imran Tahir has him down the pitch again, driving, and another single towards Morkel, who's at mid-off. scoring at will against Imran Tahir.
And again, perhaps learning from the way the South Africans batted. Amler and de Villiers took a lot of singles, rotated the strike, tested the bowler's concentration, and now Ponting and Khawaja are doing much the same thing to the South Africans.
Short cover, Amler is in place. No short leg. Deep mid wicket, deep backward square. Mid-on's back, and so's mid-off. And Tahir's bowling, and down the pitch he drives again, wide of mid-on. Another easy single as Smith came across to field. So he's not bothering Ponting too much. Good footwork. He just can't settle into a drop onto a length that's worrying the batsman. Here's Khawaja. It's a short mid-wicket, and he's pushing forward. He's caught it slip. Didn't pick the wrong one. Pushed forward, and Imran Tahir is off for a huge celebration again. Running down the ground and gesticulating to the crowd. But Khawaja is out. Didn't look like he read that wrong at all. He just pushed down the line, got a little nick, and it went straight to Callis at slip. A good innings comes to an end, but it's a big wicket, and Imran Tahir has got it. Khawaja caught Callis, bowled Tahir for 65. It's 3 for 141.
That's his weapon, that wrong one. It destroyed the tail in the first innings, and now it's got out for number 3, and at a really, really important time in the game. And batsmen still do seem to have trouble reading it. Even Ponting, one of the greats, misread one in the previous over. Khawaja appeared at least uncertain about that one. I just wonder, I haven't seen a lot of him here, whether he's one of those bowlers who actually has several types of wrong on the turns a long way, but others that turn a little, skid on a bit more. Anyway, that was in the perfect place, right on the edge of Usman Khawaja's bat, and gobbled up at slip.
That's a big wicket, and the crowd getting more and more enthusiastic now. Michael Clarke comes out, and Australia, well, potentially got another 18 overs to come. And look, the light is very good. We might be here to 6 o'clock. You wouldn't think so, but this is getting close to the latest we've played on any one day. Now this will be interesting. Is he going to rip in the wrong and first up to Clarke?
Just the one, Michael.
Clarke,
Cricket is a mind game, but 2 for 141, 310 look well within reach. At 3 for 141, suddenly it looks away again.
Game changes quickly here. We see these bursts of wickets. Imran Tahir to Clarke. Clarke drives pleasantly away out into the deep. Has one. Won't get the second as Philander fields from deep cover. And that's a good over. Does anyone celebrate a wicket more than this fella, Imran Tahir?
I can only think of one, and he's famous and notorious in Australia, Harbhajan Singh.
Oh, yes. But he ran all the way down the pitch towards the crowd as if his family was sitting out there. He keeps pumping his heart, his chest, when he gets a wicket. And carrying on some.
He hasn't quite gotten as far as Harbhajan's soccer player celebration at the SCG in that, well, what became a notorious test match.
Light meters out, Greg. Looks all right at the moment, but who knows these days what the umpires will decide. Gould and Billy Bowden standing together. They've got the light mirror in their hand. They're obviously looking at what the reading is, and the light looks fine to me, but we'll wait for the umpires. What do you think?
I think it would be a travesty if they went off now. The floodlights are on. The natural light is good enough. I know I'm not out there facing Morné Morphett, but
they'll be charged with inconsistency if they go off now. Yeah, they're going off. Well, that's very poor, I reckon. Very poor umpiring, and they should be castigated for that. The light is nowhere near as bad as it was the other days when they were playing. Come on, fellas. The preciousness of Test cricket. Give us a break. Well, there's still plenty of time left in the game, of course, but I think that's very disappointing. If you paid your money to come and watch the entertainment and they're going off, no, those umpires should be sanctioned for that. That's a disgraceful decision by the umpires. There's nothing wrong with the light anyway. There we go. We see this all too often in the game. 3 for 142. And Clark's just arrived. He's won. Ponting's 54. And I would think that will be the end of the day.
Dear, oh dear. I mean, I can't help think of English county cricket over so many seasons. If they didn't play in light like this in Yorkshire, they'd probably never play. And elsewhere.
Yeah. That is shocking. No wonder Test cricket has problems in various parts of the world when umpires make those kind of decisions. Use your common sense, for goodness sake. Dear. Frustrating.
There's a decent old crowd in today too, and they're sitting there, quite stunned.
Yeah.
And so they should be.
Yeah, the natural light's been very good for a while. It's dimmed a little bit. There's been a bit of cloud coming in. And so at about 6 minutes past 5 on day 4, the umpires have stopped the game. It's their call. You don't offer. You just make the decision. And there's still something like 18 overs left in the day's play. But here's a game on a knife edge. 168 to get. 7 wickets for South Africa. We're going to be wrapping up in about 6 minutes from here. But Greg, how do you see the situation of the game now with the last for Khawaja? Wrong, and that wasn't picked, and he was out for 65 just before the umpires called it off.
Well, it's been a game that's been balanced on a knife's edge for so long now, and I think the wicket just before the light intervened, as you've said, probably tilted it back towards South Africa after that long and very competent partnership between Ponting and Khawaja. Australia had plenty of reason to feel that 310 was within reach, even though it would take a record score on this ground to get there. Now South Africa start tomorrow morning with their tails up, with the new batsman at the crease, the Australian captain at the crease, and knowing that if they get him or Ponting, Hussey to come, and then they're into a tail that until you get to numbers 10 and 11 hasn't shown much in this series and recently. So I think South Africa are back in control, but of course the other subplot, or perhaps it is the plot that we're all watching from here, is Ricky Ponting, who's 54 not out, batted as well and as positively as he has at any stage in the last 12 months, in command at the crease. But new day tomorrow, has to start again, get his eye back in, and we heard last night from the South Africans that they make a point of going hard at batsmen in their first 10 or 15 balls at the crease, because of course that's when they're most vulnerable. They put a premium on that, and effectively Ponting will be starting again tomorrow morning. Against that, Australia have been practicing in the nets at practicing their first 20 balls because they think they have a problem with that as well, and that's why they've been losing in clumps. Well, they haven't solved that problem on this tour, far from it. They've lost wickets in batches all the way through. Tomorrow morning they just can't afford to. If they're to stay in this match and perhaps to pull off what would be a quite remarkable win, then the first session will be crucial. They have to get through it perhaps without the loss of a wicket. But as ever, throughout this short series but very full series, a fascinating place for the contest to be, slightly in South Africa's favour as we go to stumps on the 4th day.
So Ponting may have the destiny of this game in his hands if he can get some support in partnerships. Regardless, is he playing Test cricket beyond this game, whatever happens here today? Does this give him more time, even this innings now?
I think perhaps it does. Equally, we know Shane Watson is in doubt for the first test against New Zealand. I think if he can't play, that perhaps guarantees Ponting's place no matter what, because they wouldn't want to take 2 senior hands out of the side at the one time for any reason. Look, if he gets 100, it would be a rare thing for a batsman to be dropped after making 100, and especially one of the great players of all time. But at the same time, the new selectors, will have had an idea in their mind for some time. I guess they have to be flexible. If they were thinking about leaving Ponting out of their future plans and starting again from the New Zealand Test, then they might have to revise that thinking, and that's the nature of cricket, isn't it? I tend to think, and this is contrary to what I've written a little lately, that he's shown enough of the old Ponting in this innings today to get him at least the summer series at home. And so long as he performs, of course, and he knows that. He's said that many times, that he knows he has to keep making runs. But perhaps another flurry of run making for him has started today.
It's a constant discussion point, though. If you get a piece of paper and you write down the 11 best players to play in a test match, you're going to be hard-pressed at the moment to leave him out, given that Watson's got an injury, Marsh has got an unreliable back, and then you look elsewhere. I don't know how you can say anyone in the middle order in Australia has done enough to supplant him.
That's true. I mean, Marsh, up until he did his back in Cape Town, had gone from outside the team as they went to Sri Lanka, and you saw him there to had almost become the fulcrum of the team at number 3, because he was so dependable and played in such a test-like manner when no one else in the team was. But as you say, he has a chronic problem with his back. We don't know whether he's available for Brisbane or not. But perhaps the combination of all those unknowns and uncertainties means that they have to stick with a guy who, up until a year ago, was the most utterly dependable player in the team, and the best.
Okay, thank you, Greg. I'll just go through the details before we wrap up. The play's not officially off for the day, but going on the last few days it will be. So South Africa resumed at 3 for 229, and De Villiers was caught by Clark off Cummins for 73. Prince run out for 2. Amlar caught Haddon, bowled Johnson 105. Boucher caught Watson, bowled Lyon 13. And then after lunch a partnership of 48 came to an end when Philander got a lifter from Cummins that flicked his glove. Haddon took it, and there was all sorts of reviewing going on, but the original decision from Billy Bowden was confirmed. He was out for 23. Morkel, first ball duck, bowled by Cummins, who was on a hat-trick. He'd taken 5 for, and then eventually staying after swatting a few sixes with the Tahir, who was 4, was nicking one to Haddon off Cummins, and he was out for 41, and Cummins on debut. 29 overs, 5 maidens, 6 for 79, and that stood out against Johnson's 30 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 101, and Siddle 27 overs, 10 maidens, none for 71. Lyon chipped in with 2 for 57. So requiring 310. Watson was out second ball, lost his off stump for a duck. Hughes caught Callis, bowled Philander 11, and Khawaja caught Callis, bowled Tahir 65. It's 3 for 142. Ponting 54, Clark 1, and we'll be here tomorrow.
League lovers bludging on the blind side.
Once peace breaks out, or at least a ceasefire in Ukraine, then you'll be able to start talking rugby league in Russia.
10 a.m. Saturdays on ABC Radio or on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport Digital Radio. Your home of football.
You're listening to Australia taking on South Africa in Johannesburg in the second test in 2011.
The scoreboard does say 70, but I think it's an arbitrary figure. We'll never get to 70 because we've had an early finish because of light every day, and I reckon the average finishing time is about 20 to 5 in the afternoon. So they'd better get on with it. Let's hope there's no further interruptions. At the moment, it is overcast again, but the ground has been prepared. The stumps are in, and we have had brief moments of sunshine, and there's spots of blue sky around. So at this very moment, it's looking okay for a resumption in about 4 minutes' time. Thank goodness, because what a test match we have in progress.
Well, I'd love to get 50 overs in, because I think that'll be enough either way. It'll be about 3 and over Australia will have to score, which that's been low run rate for this game.
Yeah, it's currently 3.8.
Yeah, I think the outfield will still be quick, even though we've had the rain on it. It certainly looks like it's dried very well. We were talking a bit earlier about the new drainage here, and the sort of evidence of that you can see from such a high location as we're in. Pitch looks dry and ready to go. And so despite the rain that started overnight, things look pretty good. And as Drew said, just a few spots of blue sky around, and I just hope we get enough play in to see that out, because this test match deserves it.
Oh, it really does. It's been a phenomenal test match, and congratulations to the groundsman who once again has produced a pitch on which you can bat, you can bowl fast, you can bowl spin. It's got everything. It hasn't cracked up. The heavy roller has just been on it. There's a few signs of cracking, but still a few signs of grass on the pitch and many dots where the balls have been landing in the previous 4 days. And bowler's foot marks, which you'd expect for a day 5 pitch, but it's certainly not a breaking up type pitch that was going to turn square, although Tahir, especially when he bowls his wrong-uns, is still somebody who's going to have to be looked after.
Yeah, I mean, the pitch hasn't got a great deal of demons in it. It's been well grassed, but because of the early finishes every night, we had some warm weather without beating down sunshine all day, every day. But it's still in pretty good nick, and if you're batting on it, if you bat carefully, you can score. But there is the odd delivery that the seamers have got some extra bounce with and some movement. And certainly Imran Tahir, he was a wrist. He puts a lot of work on it. Was turning it yesterday. But all those elements of good seam bowling, and we saw Stain warming up a while ago, and he was bending it around under this cloud cover. He'll be a handful. Morkel will be a handful. And Tahir, who was in action when they went off for bad light last night. I'm not sure if he'll get the new ball this morning. I think he'll be Stain and Morkel, I would imagine. But Tahir could be a little handful if South Africa gets some early breakthroughs. I think Clark and Ponting will play him okay. They're very good players to spin. They use their feet very well. But if there's some early wickets off the seam bowlers, it might be a little bit difficult after that. So all the elements are there. Australia need 168, 7 wickets in hand, 5th day pitch. It's okay, but a few wear areas. We just hope the weather hangs up and we get a great finish to this game. And I don't know which way it'll go. If Australia can get through the early, say, first dozen, 15 overs to start off with these 2 intact, I think they're a big chance of winning. If they lose 2 early wickets, I think South Africa will be looking pretty handy as well. So it could go either way, and as I suspected, Dale Staines got first use of the ball in overcast conditions, and he might be a handful straight up.
He might be. Michael Clarke will take strike for the first over of the day's play. He faced only 1 ball last night before they decided, erroneously in all our opinions, that it was too dark to play, and the Australian batsman couldn't get off fast enough. And it was interesting to see them come on today. The South African fieldsmen just about beat the umpires out there. They are very keen to get out there and continue.
Fieldsman dropped one in the first innings. It should have given him 5 for.
Stain again bowls. Clarke drives through the bowler's hand to mid-off.
Dale Dibb.
Dale Dibb
came on for 1 over.
Dib, dib, dib. Dob, dob, dob. It was the old Cubs, wasn't it?
And he little one lobbed up. It was under 12's catching practice, and he lobbed it up and he put it down, and then he dug a hole from himself at mid-off and stuck his head in it.
Never to be seen again.
He went off. 1 over. Drop catch in a test match. Cost Stain 5 for.
Stain bowls, and Clarke gets the outside half of the bat as he slices this out to cover. Gee, Stain's right on the mark though, isn't he? This is great stuff. 3 for 144. Watson made a duck. Hughes 11. Khawaja 65 yesterday. Ponting has gone on to 56 with a 2 today, and Clarke hasn't added. He has 1. Philander opened the bowling and took 2 for 33, got the first 2, and Australia stumbled at 2 for 19 with their overall target of 300 to win, 310 to win. So a fluctuating match. Hard to know which way it'll go. Stain bowls. Clarke leaves. Good carry through to the keeper on that occasion, but only 134. Philander bowls. Oh, he bowled him!
Oh, how'd that get through?
Clarke just leant forward and somehow it's clipped the off stump. 4 for 145. Clarke out for 2.
I can't wait to see this. I just don't know how they got through it, like he had bat and pad so close together. Oh, get another bit. It comes back off the seam. Oh, and it clips the top of the pad. He's got the smallest opening in the gate, and it just hits the top of our stump. I'm going to put that down to a superb delivery from Vernon Philander. Clarke did little wrong there.
this is a bloke playing in just his second test match. He was man of the match last week at Cape Town, and he's got 3 of the first 4 here, and has Australia just teetering a little bit at 4 for 145.
Well, he's bowled with beautiful length. Beat Clark on the outside of the bat. And that one just came back enough. I'll have to wait for the super slow-mo because the gap between bat and pad looked minuscule. And Clark looked around in shock and horror as he heard the death rattle. But perfect bowling. Off stump, good length. What do they tell you? Hit the top of off. That's what Vernon's done.
Oh, that was a beautiful delivery. And he is on fire. Australia still needing 165 to win, 6 wickets in hand, and Mike Hussey comes to the wicket. So the 2 veterans of the Australian team in occupation at the moment. Hussey hasn't had the greatest tour. He made 1 0 in the first test and 20 in the first innings.
It's a good form in Sri Lanka, though. He got man of the match in all 3 tests. He did. He's not far away from his best. And we got out that second innings in that unbelievable score when they were 9 for 21. The first ball after the tea break, the very first ball, he chased a wide one. Nicked at the 3rd slip. That's had a bit of a lack of discipline. But yeah, I think Mike Hussey loves this sort of situation.
Just clipped the top of the off stump.
That's almost the perfect ball.
Just missed the bat, just missed the pad. The gap between bat and pad was a ball width plus about 1 millimetre. In comes Philander and bowls to Hussey, who leaves outside the off stump. Now they're really having a crack at Mike Hussey here. 2 slips, 2 gullies and a point. And that did carry through to the keeper, no problem.
Philander goes in, he bowls to Ponting. Ponting's forward, keeping the ball around the corner. It moved, bounced, and he adjusted and played it pretty well in the end to collect a single from the last ball of the over. The 150 comes up for Australia. Ponting 59. And you can hear some applause there. Not a lot of fans in the ground. Maybe almost as many Australian supporters as locals as we look around at a couple here and a couple there, and a little bunch on the grass away to our left. So South Africa on top at the moment. Australia still need another 160.
In comes Morkel and bowls, and Ponting edges and has caught it slip. Oh, that's a disaster for Ricky Ponting and Australia. Ponting out for 62 and Australia 5 for 165.
And that's the first wide ball he's played out. He's shown this terrific discipline to let the ball go. And that is the first ball he's actually swung out that was wide. Maybe the length wasn't quite there, wasn't quite short enough to hit, and he went after it hard and was a little late on it. Pretty good catch at second slip, and the South Africans are rejoicing. They know just how big a wicket that is.
Ricky Ponting, when he really needed a century, out for 62, and Australia reeling now at 5 for 165.
Can produce that, but Stone's roughing him up a bit as he comes in and pitches up, and he plays beautifully through the onside. That's running away towards the boundary, and it will get there to deep mid-wicket for 4. The 200's up, 5 for 200, and Haddon may be picking just the right time to produce an innings, with Australia requiring exactly 110 to win. Haddon is 17, Hussey 30, and an excellent stroke. That may bring the end for the time being of Dale Steyn, who has not taken a wicket in this innings after taking 4 for 64 in the first innings of the match. Tea is about 35 minutes away. The light is very good. Most of that grey sky seems to have been burnt off. We can see plenty of blue sky at the moment. So there is a chance that this game will reach whichever conclusion it's going to. Here bowls a ball that beats the edge and goes over the head of Callis at slip. Was there a nick on that? It went from Boucher's gloves. Is it a buy or a run? He nicked it. A snick that was deflected by Boucher over the head of slip. And it's gone for a fortunate single as Hussey went to drive. And Boucher couldn't take it, and it deflected just past slip. Went too high.
It was a near thing.
Morkel's off, and Philander is back. And he's on the pads. Hussey out, LBW.
He's referred it straight away.
I don't think he's going to like the answer, though. That looks pretty good. He went back and it might have kept low.
Unless he's got a bit of bat on it. But he referred it straight away. It looked ugly from our position because he played back and it kept low. Has it pitched a fraction outside the line? Has he got a fine edge on it? The forensics are about to tell us.
Hussey on 39, waits with bated breath.
Oh,
it's a knee roll. The commentary boxes left and right of us are all South African. They reckon out.
Index fingers going on. We look along the row.
Unless it's a fraction outside the leg stump when it pitched, that is out.
You've got no nick on it. Vernon Philander does it again. There's a pitch. Oh yeah, it's just pitched in line. That's got to be out.
Big wicket for South Africa.
Just when you think you're back in the game.
So Mike Hussey trudges off Australia, 6 for 215, still 95 to win with just the bowlers to come.
I mean, Vernon Philander has just been terrific for South Africa. When he came back on his first ball, seam up, wicket to wicket, just doing the fundamental things you want your bowlers to do. Just pitched in line, that's all it's got to do. And Hussey was playing back to it where he's been playing forward so well. So he goes for 39 off 77. Just a pat on the back for Vernon Philander. It's a super piece of bowling. And Hussey played well. He guts it out. He fought hard. We know Mike Hussey could do. And now that puts a bit of pressure on another man whose bowling hasn't been up to standard, but we know can make runs quickly. His approach with 8 minutes to go to tea will be interesting.
Well, the partnership between Hussey and Haddon got to 50, but it didn't get past 50. 6 for 215. And Philander has taken 4 of the 6 wickets to fall, and he's been the real surprise packet of this series for South Africa.
But as I said, if you obey the fundamentals of the game, you know, seam bowling, getting close to the stumps most of the time, so you're pitching in line, you're making batsmen play a lot, and you get the seam up, and you just move it a fraction each way. That's the game can be that simple. I don't think that did too much, did it? The bounce kept low.
I think it might have kept a bit low, but maybe just a mistake was playing back.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a ball that threatens the pads and the stumps, and if you miss it, you're in trouble.
Philander had played 7 one-day internationals and 7 T20s, and he did play for South Africa A against the Australians in the tour match leading up to the first test. Got himself a game and has been sensational. Crowd behind him as he bowls to Johnson. He comes forward, which is what Hussey didn't do, and drives to mid on, no run. Wow. Just Johnson, Siddle, Cummins and Lyon. We've seen Siddle support Hussey before, so he can play a supporting role. What's Johnson's best go? Get him quickly or hang around?
I think can just be there at tea, please. And then we'll have a little discussion at the tea break. It's only, well, probably the rest of this over and one more.
Philander bowls to Johnson outside the off stump and he leaves. Just 2 slips in the gully. Now he's got 2 men in the deep behind square leg. Now they've got a delicate balance, the South Africans, to save runs, but still to take wickets. Would you have more in catching positions?
That's always the balance, isn't it? With the man back, Johnson might be thinking he will get a short ball here. So maybe it's a bit of double bluff with that particular one, but you would be tempted to have that third slip given how good Philander's been. And there's still a bit in the pitch. The ball's still moving around a touch.
He bowls to Johnson, thick outside edge, and it bounces into the gully. There's no run. Philander has 4 for 46 in his 16th over. He's stitched up his mate Steyn. He's got none for 70. And if he gets a 5-fer, that's 2 tests in a row to start your test career.
That's pretty good stuff. Well, I think Steyn's contributed to Philander's success as well. Steyn puts a lot of pressure on batsmen with his pace, and he shakes them up. And It gives Philander a chance to get at him at the other end while they try to attack him.
Philander bowls. Johnson drives in the air past the bowler, and that'll go for 4. Well, he could have been caught and bowled, but instead of that, he gets off the mark.
Typical Johnson. He just hits through the line of the ball. He times it sweetly. He's not fussed if it goes on the ground. And when you bowl him, you've got to change the pace up a little bit. I think Johnson's natural game, he may only have one game. It's to be aggressive, and I haven't got a problem with that in this situation. Just play your natural game.
91 to win, 4 wickets in hand. Hussey out for 39 earlier, Ponting for 62 and Clark for 2. Philander bowls to Johnson on his pads, and he plays to mid-on, and there's no run there. Well done, Vernon Philander. He came on at the start of the spell and got Hussey with his very first ball. 16 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 50 in the total of 6 for 219.
Yeah, terrific stuff. He made the breakthrough second ball. Shane Watson bowled, not playing, hitting the top of off. Villiers nicking to slip. Michael Clark, one through the gate, nicking the top of off. And now Mike Hussey, LBW, playing back. When on another day he may have played forward. But still, the game is in the balance. 91 to go. Plenty of time left, and I've got to believe we'll be here for the duration, given the western skies look as more blue than anything else.
It's looking really good at the moment. Tahir comes in and bowls and is driven by Haddon, and it crashes straight through to Villiers in the covers, and they take one.
That's an unusual sight. Maybe de Villiers missing one. However, it's not a bad misfield in the last over before tea. Get the new batsman on strike. He bowls great wrong-uns. Oh, we'll be having a slip and a gully. I do not know why you want a deep point the last over before tea. You need another catcher down here, if not 2, because Johnson won't know which way they're going. He's got deep point last over before tea with a leg spinner mostly turning into the left-hander.
Yeah, but he will more pressure.
But he will bowl his wrong in here. You need someone to catch it.
Players running everywhere.
There's Smith going backward point. Okay. All right. Still think you need a second slip with Tahir bowling his wrong-uns to left-handers.
Slip and a short leg. Tahir over the wicket. Johnson digs it out with a drive into the covers. Prince Fields.
Leg spinner. Very full. Let's just see how he constructs this over.
He's got 4 to bowl. Could nearly sneak in another over before tea, but with field changes and everything, they're probably happy that this is the last. Tahir again. Johnson. Did he pick it? But he stretched forward and didn't matter much.
It was almost a half volley, wasn't it? Didn't matter a great deal.
You're picking him well, Henry. Get down and get the pads
it's
on.
Easy from here. It's easy from here. It's playing. It's the problem. But it definitely comes out of his hand. You can see he gets his wrist around it for his leg in. It's behind it for wrong anyway. But it's a different trajectory as well most of the time. There's a few things about it, but it's one thing calling it from here. It's another thing being out there hitting it. But that'll be the big weapon. We saw some of the batsmen, Hussey and maybe even Ponting, not picking on occasion. I think Johnson will struggle.
Another catcher in, Silly mid-off. Short forward, square leg, slip. Tahir bowls. Johnson drives expansively into the covers or through point. 1, coming back for the second. Morkel's throw, can't beat them. Well played by Mitch Johnson. He is 6. Haddon 24. 6 for 222. 88 to win.
This will be a wrong-un. If I'm batting, I'm looking wrong-un.
He bowls. Johnson. Oh, Haddon backs up a long way. But there's no run there. So there's 1 ball remaining before tea.
Another
the ground clock. Oh, just ticked over to 3:29. Yeah, Haddon coming down and just wasting a bit of time. This will be the last ball.
Boot was on the other foot, Mark, with the same thing happening.
That was the umpy. Tahir bowls. Oh, he gets through him, and how that missed the stumps, I'm not sure. Johnson has survived, and it is time. We'll go to tea with Australia 6 for 222.
Wow. What a great session. What a great session of cricket.
Great session and a great final session coming up. Please, in Australia, do not go to bed. This is too good. 6 for 222 with 88 still required by Australia to win. 4 wickets in hand. The batting to come, Siddle, Cummins and Lyon. After resuming today 3 hours late because of overnight and morning rain at 3 for 142, Australia today lost Clark, bowled for Philander 2. Ponting caught Rudolph at slip off Morkel for 62, and Hussey LBW to Philander for 39.
Let's see what happens as Philander starts and he bowls accurately to Haddon, who's playing an innings here. I just wanted to take you back to that game a couple of years ago when Martin got 100. Lee and Kasparovich were there at the death, and Australia scrambled in with Justin Langer sitting in there, and everyone wondering whether or not he was going to bat after being poleaxed in his 100th test by Antini. He was a bit dizzy, and to this day we don't know whether he would have come out had the 9th wicket fallen. As Philander comes in at 6 for 222, he pitches up, and Haddon plays sweetly wide of mid-on for 4. He picked that off beautifully. That's an excellent stroke, and he's 28. 6 for 226, 84 needed.
Yeah, wonderful shot there by Haddon. One of the rare bad deliveries from Philander, drifting too straight and pushed through mid-wicket. Haddon's played a lot of responsibility too in this innings, and there's been a few occasions, particularly balls from Morkel, that have been short and offered a little bit of width in the past, or in the one-day game, or in normal test matches. He would have gone hard at them, but he's let them go through to Boucher. He realises there's a job on the hands. Yeah, I can remember that test match, and we never did find out whether Langer was going to come out. We were hoping we'd find out, but I'm sure he would have soldiered out.
Well, same was going to apply for Ponting.
Yeah,
he didn't
exactly.
Quite. Morkel round the wicket, bowls Johnson straight, drives him beautifully for 4. When he plays with the full flow of the bat, there's hardly a better sight.
Yeah, that's as good a straight driver we've seen in this test match. He's a wonderful flowing batsman. You would think he should be getting more test runs the way he plays some of these shots. So every once in a while he just tends to get a little bit loose and throws it away, but that was well executed. Fuller delivery than the last one. This was the one he needed to go after.
Tahir again, and Haddon works him on the onside, looking for 2. He's played it softly to the 2 men in the deep. Beautifully done. Good cricket. Back for the second easily. 6 for 276 now. And Haddon gets to a half-century. Well played, with brilliant batting for the 2 to get there. And it's his first half-century since the Ashes against England in the last Australian summer. His 9th Test 50 to go with 3 centuries.
And what a lovely turnaround from Brad Haddon after that horrible dismissal down at Newlands in the first Test match. It's an innings of responsibility and a deal of patience and some very good shot making.
Philander's trying to knock him over. He comes in and bowls the ball. He's beaten. He's caught. He's nicked it. He's on his way. Caught behind. He's not standing there to review it as he flashed at that. And it's gone off the edge through to the keeper. And that's a huge wicket for South Africa. So Australia on the verge of winning this game have lost their 7th wicket at 287. There's more drama here. And that was a good delivery that moved away. Philander has 5 in the innings again. And Haddon is out for 55, caught by Boucher from Philander.
55 off 106 deliveries. The second new ball's been too good. Terrific delivery from Bernard Philander. Swung away again. We saw him do that with the first new ball. First ball to Watson, swung away from him. Next one came back. That was a delightful outswinger. Brad Haddon had been in good form driving, went to drive again, and it moved away just a fraction too much. Got an outside edge and carried through to Mark Boucher, but just a feather on it. But a good noise as South Africa make the breakthrough, and you've got to believe Australia can still win this, but Vernon Philander has had his way. A superb debut test match and a superb second test match for him. He has been what a revelation for the South Africans, particularly with that new ball. And the game is still afoot, with Peter Siddle coming off a duck in the first innings, but that was to leg spin. Will now take up the second year ball with 3 slips and a gully. All it takes is a couple of edges and a couple of lusty blows from Mitchell Johnson, and this is over. But it's not over.
It's not over yet. Not over yet. 7 for 287. 3 slips are there. Philander comes up, he bowls, and Siddle leaves outside the off stump. Australia still has 1 review left, and Haddon stood there for a moment, perhaps the thought going through his mind, well, should I review that? But he must have known he just got a little nick on it, and that the review wouldn't save him. Not with Hotspot. Stain runs in and bowls to Siddle. Siddle's forward and he plays another good clip. And he's out. Caught it mid-on. He's clipped it straight to mid-on. And Stain gets his 249th Test wicket. It's 8 for 292. Oh, my goodness. This is something to watch, I tell you. Stain has got a chance of 250. South Africa can win the game. It was a chip shot played straight down to mid-on and to Imran Tahir. And Stain almost celebrated with the vigour of the man who caught the ball when he was getting his wickets. 8 for 292. Johnson just has Cummins and Lyon to help him. And I'm going to hop out of the chair here. Drew Morphett's coming in. Everyone's chimming their nails right down to the quick here. 18 needed, 2 wickets. It could be a tie, Henry.
Well, I did predict it, but I didn't back it. That's the problem. Oh, like this Test match has deserved this finish. Dale Staines deserved that wicket. He hasn't got value for his bowling wickets-wise in either Test match, but it's terrific to see Stain do that. Peter Siddle, he clipped a 4, played and missed, and then got another full swinging delivery and tried to force it instead of defending it straight to Tahir at mid-on. Little loopy catch, you don't drop them. Well, Dale Deeb drops them, but he wasn't out there this particular occasion. But this is a tremendous finish. 8 down, the light meters on the field, the clouds are gathering on the western horizon, and both sides can win this Test match.
Philander bowls and played by Johnson, square of the wicket on the offside. He takes the single. There is a deep point on the rope, and that has given Cummins 1 ball to face in this over from Philander.
How good is a tie looking at this stage?
Very good. 300 on the board for Australia. Not a bad comeback. The second innings in the previous Test, they made 47.
It's been some terrific stuff on both sides.
10 runs to win. 3 slips and pretty much the rest are spread out for Cummins.
Pat Cummins nicked an outswinger chasing one off Stain in the first innings. Will Philander go full wide and swinging?
Philander bowls on the stumps and Cummins plays him wide of mid-on. A dive by Morkel. Slight misfield. They think of a second, but it's not there. So Cummins actually has kept the bowling with the single off the last ball. 9 to win, and he's got to face Stain in the next over.
He's looking good. The kid, Postman Pat.
Postman Pat, he delivers.
He's been delivering it's been a good first Test match for it. He'll think the rest of his Test career is pretty boring after this one. His next 98 Tests.
Haddon and Johnson put on a partnership of 62. Hussey and Haddon put on a partnership of 50. Sort of matches the deeds of what Dale Steyn and Philander did when South Africa batted. So important runs to the tail from both teams, and it's come right to the wire. 9 to win, 2 wickets in hand. Oh, the light meters come out of Billy's pocket.
Oh, put it away.
The lights are on, which are helping. but we've seen them go off in similar conditions before. Steyn bowls and Cummins leaves outside the off stump. That was too wide to have a dash at.
Steyn's cranked it up. It's the last hour on day 5, and that was 140. Quick, swinging away. He's digging deep. Dale Steyn began the game with some sort of elbow niggle. Hasn't bowled at his top pace much at all. Still bowled with quality. But he's digging deep right here.
People biting their fingernails on the edge of their seats. And we are in the commentary box as well. Steyn to Cummins. A drive past the bowler. It might go for 4. He hasn't got it, all of it. It's coming down near us. Tahir gives chase. It's a close thing. He slides in and, it misses the rope by about a centimetre. And they have run 3. It's worth having a look to see whether he moved the rope.
As the caught and bowl was going past at a rate of knots, Steyn got a couple of fingers to it.
And we are getting a replay of Tahir's effort to pull that ball in. He moved the rope and the ball rolled over where the rope was. In my opinion, that's 4.
I'll wait for the third. Oh, yep, it is 4.
It is 4. Anyway, well played by Cummins. He got right behind it. Okay, he did hit it past the bowler in the air. But what a few shots he's played.
Nice straight bat. All that practice this morning. We saw him down in front of us, getting some throwdowns. He was practicing hook shots and cut shots.
Steyn bowls again, and Cummins attempts a big cover drive.
Plays and misses.
If he did middle it might have gone for 6 for the win. It's just 5 to win.
3 balls left. Steyn only needs 2 to win it. Australia only need 2 to win it.
8 for 305. What a game of cricket. Now, there's a big conference going on between Steyn and a few of the lieutenants in the team. What are they going to come up with? Smith, Morphett and Steyn having a word.
Yeah, they might be thinking about putting some fields back and maybe even giving you a single this ball. Not in the slips, but put your mid on and mid off back. Save the 4. But you don't mind giving him a single, then give Johnson 1 ball to either win it or block it, and then you've got the next over at Cummins. That'd be a theory. He's going to go short. He's going to bring the helmet on. I think you have his short leg, so he's going to go bouncer. That's fine. I mean, I remember these situations didn't get too many winning situations, but the West Indies bowling at the tail, you did not get the ball to drive. You just played off the back foot the whole time. Short leg, 3 slips, 2 gullies. Leg gully half the time. You didn't get balls to hit down the ground.
Tell you what, all this fiddling about. It's delayed proceedings and it's getting darker by the minute.
It's darker than yesterday, there.
It is. It is darker than yesterday. Yesterday they went off at 6 minutes past 5. It's now about 2 minutes past 5. Steyn bowls. Well played by Cummins. I can't tell you how heroic he is getting right behind these shots and playing them off the body to the onside. And we're getting a television cutaway of Michael Clark, the captain, who's on the edge of his seat, applauding his youngster. Eight for 305. This is already, well, if it's a winning total, it'll be a record. The last time Australia got home with 8 wickets down. Steyn bowls and Cummins gets one short outside the off stump. He tries to hoik it over mid-wicket and missed it, and that is the end of the over. No, it's not. The umpires are on the move. I just hope that they're not moving towards referrals and light meters. But the way Billy Bowden walked away, and he's looking up at the sky, the lights, the surrounds.
Mate, it's not about you, Bill. It's about the game and the players. We don't want you getting in the game. This is not about your show.
One to come in this over. 5 to win for Australia. Cummins is on 9. And he faces the thunderbolt. Steyn, he bowls. And a way swinger outside the off stump. And a play and a miss by Cummins. He was looking for the boundary down the ground. A repeat of one he hit earlier in the over, but he missed it. And it comes back to Johnson. 5 to win.
This is a pretty good test match.
Very good.
Is this better than 20 over cricket?
I'd say so.
Is this better than 50 over cricket? Yeah, it is. It's a lot better. There's tension, there's drama, there's excitement, there's plenty of that.
Shot of Nathan Lyon, who's number 11 for Australia. He is in the dressing room chewing the gum fiercely.
His face is the same shade as his shirt.
I don't know whether he's religious or not. He'd be praying he doesn't have to bat, I reckon.
Yeah, praying to the cricket gods. Okay, here is a big spin of the wheel from Graham Smith. He's got the leg spinner on. That is a big spin of the wheel. This could be over in one hit. Is he tempting Mitchell Johnson? Here it is, mate. If you want to go the glory shot, here it is.
And I'm tipping Mitch Johnson will go the glory shot. That's the way he plays.
Yeah, well, they've got to get the field back. They can't give a 2, obviously, but it's got to be as deep as you can get without giving a 2. And I think Tahir will just bowl him a heap of wrong-uns. Can't see him bowling a leg spinner here. Here we go.
Johnson's on 39. Tahir bowls to him, and he blocks it on the offside. The bowler fields. Could have taken a single if he'd wanted to. 5 to win. And
2 warnings for the bowler. He could be off after this ball.
And that's interesting because it's the other umpire who's bowling from the other end. Tahir around the wicket bowls, and Johnson goes back and dabs it on the offside and takes the single.
That's what South Africa want. And Australia aren't too fussed either. It's one blow for victory. But South Africa want Tahir bowling to Pat Cummins.
It's what I want, Henry. Because the new hero of Australian cricket has the chance to win the test match.
Well, you think you may as well do it with the bat as the ball? He's already done it with the ball. Then he got bowled by a wrong-un. No, he nicked that one, didn't he, first? That was Siddle got bowled by the wrong, and then line LBW. So here we go.
Well, they are not saving the boundary here. They are trying to get him out.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. You got to A, keep him on strike, but, well, A, get him out, B, keep him on strike. Bat fad to the wrong and slip to the leg spinner. Short cover for defence. Yeah, they got one deep backward square. He could have stuck him down a cow corner, I guess.
4 to win. Tahir bowls. Cummins leans forward. He struck on the pad. The wrong end. Big shout for LBW. Given not out.
They got a referral left.
Well, they have to use it. Yes, they are.
They're not convinced.
No, I don't think that
But you better use it just in case. That was a wrong, quick one, whether hitting me outside the line or turning too far, but we'll have a look at this. It was always going to be the wrong, and Pat did the right thing. Got as far forward as he could. Hit him outside the line. It's too high, I reckon.
Gee, give South Africa a chance. They have got a chance. He is stretched a long way forward.
This will be half the ball hitting it, and we should be umpire's call. Hit him outside the line. Impact umpire, so it's not out.
Hitting the stumps. Original decision not out. Umpire's call on the impact. Well, he gave him not out, so he's got to continue to give him not out.
Well, I guess it depends. Depends whether the umpire gave it not out because he thought it wasn't hitting, or he thought it hit him outside the line.
That's true. Anyway, the result is he is not out.
But that was, that another centimetre over, and that's probably out. Because the ball's hitting a fair bit of middle and leg.
Definitely was. And Lyon does pray to the heavens.
Wonderful shot, wonderful shot.
4 to win for Australia. Deep backward square leg, mid on deep, mid off deep. They're trying to get him out. Can he pierce the field? He leaves one, a leggy. He lets it go. Well read, my boy.
Well read or well guessed?
He's my hero. He is my hero. I'm on his side. Tahir bowls. Quicker. He belts him over the mid-wicket and has hit the winning run. Australia win by 2 wickets. and Pat Cummins has done it with ball and bat.
What a superb test match. A debutant wins it. I think he picked the wrong end and he put it away into the number 10's favourite spot, cow corner. What a confident young man this Pat Cummins is.
The series level at 1 each. And who would have thought that Australia could win this game from stumps day 3? They're a mile behind and I gave them pretty much no hope. Well done, Pat Cummins, and the Australian tail, including Haddon, Johnson. Johnson remained not out 40. Cummins hit the winning runs with a boundary, 13 not out. Australia 8 for 310. I'm breathless. What a game of cricket. Gee, the South Africans trudging off. They can't believe they haven't won this series.
Well, they can be proud of their effort in this test match. They have fought very hard, bowled superbly this morning. With Australia probably starting the morning favourites, they needed to get Ponting and Clark out. They bowled wonderfully well. Clark got out to a perler, Ponting going after a wide one. The two big boys were out. Hussey played his role. Haddon, 55, very responsible. Johnson, 40, another disciplined, responsible innings. And then Patrick Cummins, Penrith, New South Wales and Australia. The winning runs on your debut test match after a sixer.
And according to the scoreboard, still 21 overs were left. We lost a lot of play due to bad light and rain this morning. We started 3 hours late. If we'd played all day, every day, full length, this would have been about a 3.5 or 4 day test match. What a thriller. It finished at 8 minutes past 5 on the 5th evening in gathering gloom with the lights on, with a teenager, the hero. Great stuff. The theatre, can't believe it. The players shaking hands on the lawn in front of the dressing rooms, which are adjacent here, and we get a replay of the shot that Cummins played. Tahir didn't cover himself in glory with the ball he bowled, but Cummins, did he deal with it?
And Australia maintain their winning record since the 1960s. Keith Stackpole's here watching this game. He played in that series. He thought his side were going to be overtaken, but they haven't been.
And the slow motion replay we're getting on television of Cummins with the broad grin as wide as Sydney heads and an embrace with Mitch Johnson. Phenomenal stuff. 8 for 310 in 86.5 overs. And that was the target set, and they got there with 2 wickets in hand. And Nathan Lyon can breathe a big sigh of relief.
He's a very happy man. And when you have games that go down to the wire such as this, I mean, South Africa will be thinking about just their misfields and their ability not to make a few more. I think someone asked me, I thought 320 was a good number when South Africa started their innings. It may well have been a winning number. They got 310 in front.
Scoreboard says, congratulations, Australia. This is the highest 4th innings chase at the Wanderers. Australia had the previous 2006 when they also won by 2 wickets. And on that occasion, they made 208
8 for 9, 294.
294. This was 310.
Great pitch for Test match cricket, right to the very end. Bowlers who bowled well got rewards for what they did. If they bent their back as fast bowlers, they got extra bounce. The new ball was always a challenge. There was some spin there for both Nathan Lyon and for Imran Tahir, who will play many more Test matches for South Africa. He did get the ball past the bat a number of times this afternoon without striking. He had Hussey edging. He beat the bat of Johnson a couple of times. He had some shouts. Almost had Cummins out at the death. Couldn't quite get the job done.
1 for 98, Stain. That's incredible.
Yeah, not really indicative. I think he bowled a bit better than that. But the game was there for him to win at the end. He did pick up the one late wicket of Brad Haddon. Sorry, I got that wrong.
So Stain, 1 for 98. Philander, 5 for 70. Morkel, 1 for 43. Callis, none for 28. And Tahir, 1 for 63. Australia win by 2 wickets. The match scores, as we go right back to the start. What a game of cricket. 266 South Africa made in their first innings, and they scored at a rate of 4.53 per over. It was incredible. Australia replied with a 30-run lead, 296 all out, after an opening partnership of 174 between Hughes and Watson. A lead of 30, and then South Africa all out 339. And it was the collapse on the fourth morning yesterday that saw Australia get back into the game. And it was a collapse led by young Cummins, who finished with 6 for 79 on his test debut. And that left Australia with 310 to win, and they got them with 8 wickets down. An amazing game of cricket. I might let Jim come in and give his thoughts to the Australian audience of what he thought. He's seen a lot of test matches, Jim. Lost count up to, 250 or something like that. But I bet you he's never seen anything like this. I'll let Jim come in and join you. Henry?
Yeah. Thanks, sure. Well, he probably has, because here, the last time they chased him and won 8 down, when you watch that many test matches, you see a couple of close ones. Edgbaston lost by a couple of runs, but here, 6:07, when Michael Kasperwich and Brett Lee got Australia across the line 8 down with a wounded Justin Langer listed the bat, number 11, and probably not going to come in. And well, it almost got down to that situation with Nathan Lyon at number 11, as Pat Cummins played and missed it. Some Dale Steyn outswingers at pace. Big shout from Imran Tahir, which was very, very close. Padding up to the wrong one. Hawkeye told us it pitched or hit him just outside the line. In fact, it was the umpire's call on outside the line, so they stuck with the initial decision. If that had been given, and there's probably only a centimetre in that being given and not, it would have been down to Nathan Lyon at number 11. So the referral system, it played its role right to the very death. We've seen so many of those used in the 2 tests. But in the end, Pat Cummins picked the wrong one. It was a little bit short, and he put it away delightfully. But as I mentioned, 2 tests. We talked about this before day 1 of the first test. Why isn't this a 3-test series? We would pack the grounds for test number 3, but it's not going to happen.
Great disappointment. Hopefully it never happens again. Well, in the next 10 to 20 years. Are you going to play a series? It's got to be 3 at least, maybe 4. 5 would be even better, but certainly 3. Well, I think out of all of this dramatic finish as it's been, Pat Cummins is probably going to be man of the match, isn't he? If you look around, there's Amla's 100, Philander's bowling, Steyn in the first innings, but an 18-year-old on debut, he's taken 1 in the first and 6 for 79 in the second and hit the winning runs. Pretty strong evidence.
Yeah, I think if South Africa had won, Philander would have got it, but Australia have won, so Pat Cummins, as Jim has just described his performances for this game, his 6 for was a match-winning performance. It just needed the batting to follow it up, but without him, South Africa could have made 400 or 500. Yes. Such was the lack of penetration from the other bowlers in the attack, and I think we said it when he took the 6 for 75. That could win the match, and in the end, it really has been his ability to dismiss South Africa cheaply on day 4 that's enabled Australia to win this match, and to be there at the end and hit the winning runs is a little bonus at the end. So he's got my vote.
I think he'll have the judges' vote, but we'll wait and see. They're just assembling below us, and we should get to that presentation shortly. What a dramatic match. And thank goodness we did get back on, because this morning you would have said, if you were sitting at the ground and listening to the weather forecast, that there wasn't much chance of getting any play. And eventually we were able to get the game going at 1 o'clock, and it's been a gripping battle throughout. Ponting pinned down by some outstanding disciplined South African bowling, and Australia really struggling for a long while to pick up any runs at all. And it wasn't really until they got out after tea that there was any freedom in the batting. and Australia scored it better than a run a minute in the hour after tea. So we had Clark out for 2, bowled by an absolute jaffer from Philander that hit the top of the off stump going through bat and pad. Ponting really the first aggressive outside off the stump stroke he played. It was an edge to Rudolph from Morphett. He made 62. He batted for an hour today, adding another 8. And then Hussey was leg before to Philander. He wanted to review it, but the review didn't help him. And all the evidence was there, and he was out for 39. That was 6 for 215. And at that point, it looked like South Africa may have a grip on it. But a partnership of 72 between Haddon, who played one of his best innings for a long while, and Johnson got Australia within touching of winning the game. But Haddon was out to the second new ball, caught by Boucher, giving Philander his 5th wicket. Siddle whacked the 4 and then tried for another and spooned a catch to Tahir at mid-on of Stain. He was out for 4. And then the final drama with Pat Cummins coming out, and he played a couple of good shots. One lofted drive that went through the fingers of Stain and down to the boundary for 4. And then in that the over bowl by Tahir, he clubbed him to the boundary. What a way to win the game. And he looks a player of outstanding maturity for 18 years of age. He was 13, and Johnson, who was limping about out there, he did something to his toe, was 40 not out in a fine contribution with the bat in the game. He made 38 not out in the first innings. The South African players have assembled below us. We're quite used to seeing trophies presented to the winning team on these occasions, but as I've mentioned quite often, there isn't a trophy for competition between Australia and South Africa. One of the more extraordinary things about a test cricket being played by Australia against countries in this region is that there is a trophy for Australia versus Zimbabwe, and those tests haven't happened for a while. It's the Southern Cross Trophy, but not between these two teams. So there'll be some speeches and some cheques handed out. They're just waiting. I think the Australian players have decided to have a celebration, Henry. Can't see any of them down there. The South Africans are all ready to go. And looks like Michael Haseman from Supersport is also ready to do his thing.
Yeah, look, I think the Australian players will be in the rooms doing a couple of things. I mean, enjoying each other's performances in that victory and reminding, I mean, Michael Clark in particular, I think we'll be reminding the players that they are a good cricket team and they can win, and to win away from home against the number 2 ranked side is a very fine achievement. But also perhaps that come the first test in Brisbane, with new selectors, there'll be a new coach, the staff will change dramatically, and there will be some new players in the side, and just reminding people that whatever happens, look, you know, remember this victory, you're a part of this team, and that's important, even if you're not going to be selected that first test against New Zealand, that you're not out of the game, that you will have your opportunities to prove yourself once again and be a part of it. So there's a few things to talk about right now. Later on, you can celebrate and really let your hair down, but there's a few parts of the process to remind the players of what they're doing here, what they've achieved, and probably put as far as you can into the background the loss at Cape Town. And it was ignominious, that loss. Embarrassing, and they've come back outstandingly to win just one of the most memorable test matches. So I think Clark would have done all of that, and now the players are coming out to join the South Africans. I'll just mention that all the players shook hands in the middle, the batsmen and the fielding side, and Dale Steyn made a point of coming over to Pat Cummins and spent a bit of time with him. It wasn't just a cursory shake of the hand, so did Morné Morkel. I think there's been a terrific sportsmanship between these sides. There's certainly been some competition, as there always is. What's the campaign? Best of enemies for this particular series. But this game was played in good spirit. It's hard to think of an acrimonious moment.
Yeah, there's some more handshakes as they finally meet here. Pat Cummins is getting his hand shaken by everyone. He was having a laugh with Peter Siddle as he walked across from the rooms. They're right in front of us down on the ground, and they've broken off into their two little squads as we move towards this presentation for the conclusion of the series. Let's see if we can pick that up live. Can we go into this, Julian?
Welcome to the presentation. Before I go any further, you have witnessed one of the finest finishes in Test match history. Let's give the players a big round of applause. Congratulations, guys. My first duty to introduce the delegates on the podium with me. Starting closest to me, we've got Niels Momberg, the manager, Youth Cricket South Africa. Ali Akbar Musa, the technical director, Willerton Group, manufacturers of Sunfoil. Shoaib Musa, sales and marketing director, the Willerton Group, manufacturers of Sunfoil. And Kasim Dokrat, the CEO of the Gauteng Cricket Board. Welcome, gentlemen. I'd like to first of all announce the Sunfoil man of the match. Of course, there were a few guys in the running for this one, as adjudicated by the Supersport commentators. Those in the running, of course, were Patrick Cummins, Vernon Philander, and also Hashim Amla. The man of the match, for 1 wicket in the first innings, 6 for 79 in the second, on debut at 18 years of age, it is Patrick Cummins. Patrick, if I ask you to please come forward, you'll receive a cheque for 11,000 Rand and a mini replica trophy from Kasim Dokrat. Patrick, if I ask you to please come and have a word before we talk about your bowling, what about those 13 runs at the end? How are you feeling?
Yeah, a little bit nervous when came in there at the end, but I just tried to swing as hard as I could.
So what was the communication in the middle between yourself and your partner?
Yeah, Jono just said pretty much keep a clear head.
I know you didn't sleep much the night before the game when you found out you were selected. 5-wicket haul in your first test, that's special.
Yeah, that makes you sleep a little bit easier that night.
I bet you did. A big workload for you.
Yeah, I was. It was obviously great to bowl him out yesterday, and to contribute, it was even better.
I think what a lot of the commentators are talking about, and I'm sure the public as well, thought was quite remarkable. When Shane went down and couldn't bowl, you, as 18 years of age, as a teenager, took on that lead role.
I'm not sure about that. I was still looking up to Sids and Johnson for support the whole time. I thought they bowled beautifully throughout the game, and being able to bowl with them, they really settled me down.
So you've done it. That's a dream. You've played for Australia. You got man of the match in your first Test match. Overall, I mean, can you believe what's happened?
Definitely not. No, speechless, I think.
Okay, Patrick, thanks for your time. Congratulations. Well done.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Patrick Cummins, of course, 5-wicket haul on debut. Patrick Cummins is a name you will hear a lot of in the future. There's no doubt about that. Now, something quite special also happened throughout this Test match. We have a Sunfoil Education Fund, a cheque to present on behalf of the Willerton Group. Now, this is a cheque for 300,000 Rand, which is made up of 1,000 Rand for every 4 and 2,000 Rand for every 6 during both Test matches. And if I can please ask Niels Momberg to accept this cheque, of course, the manager of Youth Cricket South Africa, from Shoaib Musa, a cheque for 300,000 Rand. Congratulations and thank you very much, Sunfoil. Okay, it's now time to announce the Sunfoil man of the series, again adjudicated by the Supersport commentators, both English and Afrikaans. Those in the running, Vernon Philander, of course, 8 for in his first Test, and also 112 in the first Test in Cape Town. Today, by the way, or this Test is 700 in the last 12 Tests, so that's pretty special stuff. So 2 in the running for the man of the series, and the man of the series is Vernon Philander. The Sunfoil man of the series receives a cheque for 22,000 Rand and a mini replica trophy. Niels Momberg is handing that over. Vernon, a quick word with you. I guess your life has changed considerably in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think, obviously stepping up into the national scene, there's obviously more expectations on me, but yeah, I'm obviously accepting the challenge and enjoying it.
Okay, so another 5-wicket haul, that's just brilliant stuff. I mean, the way you got the ball in the right areas, and again, like at Newland, some big wickets.
Yeah, I think, Joburg always offers a bit of nip and a bit of bounce, so, I knew, obviously if I top off, I'm in the game here, so yeah, that's what I did.
But you hadn't played a great deal, or you're comfortable with Newland, you haven't played a great deal of the Wanderers previously.
Well, I mean, Potchefstroom is, more or less like the Wanderers. And obviously, overhead conditions played a big role here in this game as well. So, yeah, I'm happy.
Okay, man of the series. Congratulations, Vernon.
Thanks a lot, Hazy.
Well done. Terrific stuff, Vernon Philander. Magnificent. 8 wickets in the first Test match in Cape Town and 6 in the second in Johannesburg. I'd now like to call Graeme Smith to the podium, please. Graeme, when you two teams get together, there's no such thing as boring cricket.
Yeah, look, I think the last few Test series we've played have been, really exciting and a good advert for Test cricket, and this one was no different. We both threw a lot of punches and we've ended up level again, but I think I must give credit to Australia today. To chase 310, a few of their guys stepped up and performed really well, because I thought we bowled pretty well today, so I think all credit to them.
How does it feel to be involved in one of the great finishes in Test match history?
I think those things kind of sink in as time goes on. At the moment you still deal with a little bit of emotion of the loss. What if there? But I think it's just wonderful to see Test cricket played like this. To see the people really enjoying it, glued to their television screens. That's terrific for the game.
You said after Newlands, the Australians would bounce back.
Yeah, they bounced back. I think, as I said, it was toing and froing throughout the game. Still 310, I think, is a great effort to chase. I must give credit to the bowlers. I thought they bowled well, and I thought we gave everything. But a few of their big players stepped up today, and credit to them. And congratulations to Australia for levelling the series. But I think for us, not having played a Test match in sort of 7-8 months, there were a lot of good things, but a lot of things that we need to improve on moving forward also.
Positives, of course, again, Hashim Amla, sensational in both tests.
Yeah, I know. Look, he's had a great period in the game, and long may it continue. He's become a real solid rock for us at number 3 or opening in the one-day game, and he's a great individual to have in the squad. So terrific to see Vern come and perform so well in his first Test series, and I thought Dale and Mornay backed him up terrifically well. And a couple other batters chipped in with scores throughout the series, but a few things to look at as we move forward.
And it's not too much rest before the Sri Lankans arrive.
No, we move straight into domestic games, I think, towards the end of the week. So, straight back into that, which is exciting. I think that competition is coming to an interesting phase, and, all the guys want to go back and contribute now. But then we've got a big tour with Sri Lanka coming here, and then it's pretty intense after that with New Zealand away and England away and Australia away.
Thanks for your time, Graeme.
Thanks, Hazy. Cheers.
Graeme Smith, of course, the captain of South Africa. I'd now like to ask also the winning skipper today to come forward, please, Michael Clarke. Of course, Michael scored a brilliant 151 in that first Test in Cape Town. Michael, I've got a bit of news for you. It's 1-1 in the series. We've cancelled all the air tickets. We're going to play a third Test. What do you think?
Sounds good to me. When do we start?
You'll be up for that?
We'll be up for that, yeah. Look, what an amazing series. I think from all the supporters back home and in South Africa, I think they've seen a great indication of where Test cricket's at. I know both teams have had some ups and downs throughout this series, but look, it's been that exciting. As you've seen, all the boys sitting there counting every single run today, but I couldn't be happy with the result.
So just tell us how tense it was in the change room there towards the end.
I should have been sitting inside. I was yelling and carrying on like an absolute goose, but like I said, we're all counting every run. Mitchell Johnson was outstanding at the end there, and young Pat Cummins was fantastic.
What about the teenager?
Yeah, look, he's a hell of a talent, and I think not just opposition players, but all the Aussie guys know how good he is. It's just about now trying to manage him and making sure he turns into one of the greats for Australia. I think as we've seen throughout this Test, he's got a lot of talent with both bat and ball. Now we just got to look after him.
Okay, now you said you wanted to put Newlands behind you. You left it at Newlands. You had to come back and play well at the Wanderers. You've done that. So that in itself has got to be satisfying to get up in a close one.
Yeah, look, I think courage from all the boys is certainly something that stands out. To be able to, I guess, suffer a defeat like we did in the first Test, then be able to bounce back. And I said after the first Test, that's what good teams do. We know we've got a lot of work to do to continue to get better. As you've seen throughout this series, there's plenty of ups and downs, but we're working our backsides off. We're trying our best, and what a fight today. That shows courage, and I couldn't be any more proud for the boys.
And a key contribution came from the former skipper, Ricky Ponting.
Yeah, great to see him make some runs. I said to him the other night that we don't actually know if he's not in form because he hasn't been out there long enough to find out, but as he showed showed. He's still timing the ball beautifully, under pressure, 2 for not many, and walk out and play his way. Again, tremendous courage, and what a player. It's great to have him around.
Okay, Michael, thanks so much for your time, and travel safely.
Thanks, Michael.
Michael Clark's going to receive a cheque for 125,000 Rand and a series trophy, of course, from Ali Akbar Musa. And the series obviously is shared with the captains. So the cheque shared, and also the series trophy will be shared. You'll be seeing those photos tomorrow in the papers as well. That concludes the presentation.
And thank you to Fox Sports and Michael Hazeman down there from Super Sport. What a wonderful finish to the game. Same as 5 years ago. Australia won by 2 wickets, chasing 294. So they just went a little bit better, 16 runs better in pulling off this remarkable victory. And you wouldn't have expected that when it was 3 for 229 in South Africa's second innings. They lost their last 7 for 110, inspired by that wonderful bowling from Pat Cummins. And even today, at 4 for 145, 5 for 165, and then 8 for 292. There were moments where South Africa must have thought they were going to win this game. And the staggering stat is that Dale Steyn, who has been one of the great strike bowlers of the day, took just 1 wicket, and that was Peter Siddle. So he had 1 for 98, Philander 5 for 70, Morkel 1 for 43. Tahir couldn't quite produce the deliveries that he did in the first innings to get the required wickets, 1 for 63. And Callis, who may have been suffering from a migraine today, he was never fielding in the slips, and none for 28. But the heroes for Australia, well, there were many. You've heard of Pat Cummins. There was Khawaja with 65 in the chase, Ponting 62, Hussey 39, Haddon 55 in that partnership with Johnson, which added an invaluable 72, and then Patrick Cummins with the inspiration of youth, fearless, just took on the bowling and whacked the winning runs to give everyone listening in Australia, all the players down there, a wonderful moment, given the loss in Cape Town inside 3 days. So Geoff Lawson, the series sadly has finished. Michael Hazeman was doing his best down there to initiate a 3rd test match, but it won't happen, and we'll be left salivating for more when Australia plays South Africa again in a couple of years' time.
Oh, well, yeah, we are left taking. I mean, we've seen a remarkable test match at Newlands with that incredible turnaround in the match, and Australia bowled out for such a flimsy total. We've seen them make a terrific comeback here. We've seen them get away to a great start, fall in a heap. South Africa do the same. Both sides show a ton of courage, and a finish that's taken us till after 5 o'clock on day 5, with both sides in with a chance to win, and a little bit of luck either way. Could have changed that result. Imran Tahir, you mentioned, he got the ball past the bat, and he had some close appeals, and it just wasn't quite happening. Dale Steyn had Pat Cummins playing and missing several times, which could have been an edge. So the game could have gone either way, and perhaps Australia, they weren't at their peak. They can get better, but the discovery for them is Pat Cummins. 6 wickets, man of the match, but the way he went about it, he just looked like a test cricketer out there, particularly in the second innings. Just worked his way into the game in the first innings. Second dig, ran in, bowled fast, every delivery, thought it through, was aggressive, was hostile, picked up some quality test batsmen that he got on the way, and that is just such a great sign for Australia going forward as they head home.
So Australia have won this game by a couple of wickets, and they go home to resume duties, some of them, in the Sheffield Shield that's continuing next weekend, as well as Australia A against New Zealand. And one assumes that Ponting will still be around in the Test team with various injuries and perhaps a lack of strong replacements for him in the middle order. Has his 62 done enough?
Well, that made 70 innings 70 runs for 4 innings. So there's an 18 average. Is that good enough? I don't think so.
He should go in at number 4.
If Shaun Marsh is fit, we've got him at 3 or even maybe opening. Kawaja has batted 3 in this test match. I think they can juggle that around. I'd like to see Watson at maybe 6, Clark at 4, Watson maybe 5, Hussey still at 6. And
who opens?
Well, that just leaves you with a couple of candidates. Whether you want David Warner or you want Ed Cowan. There's a couple of new players you could put in there, depending on who the selectors think are in tune.
Henry, thanks for what you've done, and to Drew Morphett, and also to Fanie de Villiers, Shaun Pollock, Peter Kirsten, Greg Baum, Adam Bucker, to Julian Abbott back in Australia. And a tinge of sadness that Peter Roebuck wasn't here to see this, but he would have loved it. What an Australian performance it's been. They've won the game by 2 wickets.
We miss you, Roby.
Good night.